Good morning, Papangulo.
Good morning, Victoria. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, you're audible.
Victoria, I want to ask a question. I'm checking my speakers, my mic. Uh, while the collage is being displayed, is there any background music at the moment?
There's a background of music at the moment.
Okay, so the background music is not being it's not clear to my ears. Does it mean it's a problem with my earphone or something else? Because I cannot hear the background music. I can hear your voice, but I cannot hear the background music.
The music is being played a bit small currently,
Oh, okay.
but yes, maybe you can turn on the volume a bit bigger in your laptop or in your device.
Okay, I'll try. Thank you, Victoria.
Good morning, Mbak Jenny.
Halo, ini belum mulai kan ya? Aku lagi siap-siap.
Iya, Mbak.
Ya, siap.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the paper presentation competition of the 26th ALSA National English Competition. I'm Victoria Eunice, and I will be the master of ceremony for today's competition. Before we start, I would like to first of all thank our sponsors and partners. Toko Vendor, Royal English, Info.Event, Info.Lomba, EventCenter.id, Online.Lomba, Poin Kampus, Event Kampus, Jagat Lomba Indonesia, Media Lomba Plus, Infolomba.est, and Infolomba.sch for helping us in conducting this event. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank all the honorable judges and all the participants for joining us here today. We highly appreciate your enthusiasm in joining ALSA E-Comp 2022. Today, we have 9 participants joining us for the Varsity paper presentation competition. Now, let me introduce to all of you the honorable judges for today's competition. The first judge is Pak Pangulu Saat. Pak Pangulu is an instructor for Business English in LBI-FIB-UI. He has a lot of experience in teaching English, and before this, he was appointed as the judge of ALSA E-Comp in 2009, 2020, and 2021. And our second judge is Mbak Jenny. Mbak Jenny is the head of Environmental, Governance, and Climate Justice Division at Indonesian Center for Environmental Law. She had written a handful of publications regarding environmental issues. Now, I want to remind you all that the judges' decisions are final, and there is no correspondence pertaining to the judging process that will be reconsidered. Now, before we start the competition, I will remind all the participants that the oral presentation is divided into 2 parts. Firstly, the participants will present their paper without interruption for 8 minutes maximum. Time warnings will be given as the timekeepers will raise 1. A notice will be given on the Zoom chat room as a sign for a participant to start delivering their presentation. 2. Another notice will be given twice, on the 4th and 8th minute. 3. When the 8-minute time limit expires, the timekeeper will give a notice that the time is up. 4. 15 seconds will be given as a tolerance time right after the time limit expires. 5. If the participant disobeys the maximum duration of 8 minutes time limit and 15 seconds tolerance time, the judges or committee will stop the presentation immediately. Secondly, the judges will question the participants on their oral presentation for up to 7 minutes. During this question and answer session, only the judges will have the right to ask questions. Thus, other participants and spectators are not permitted to ask any questions. Therefore, the total time given to each participant is 15 minutes. For your information, all of today's event will be recorded. If you do not mind, please kindly inform us via the Zoom chat. To make sure that all participants have joined this meeting room, I would like to call each name of the participants. Please raise your hand or unmute yourself if you are here in the meeting room. Firstly, Ziva Genta Sankara, are you in the meeting room?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you. Next, Andreas Hugo Sohoka, are you in the meeting room?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Next, Adela Tiara Rosa, are you in the meeting room?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Next, Raihan Rajendra Irawan, are you in the meeting room?
Yes, I am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you. Next, Robi Ananda, are you in the meeting room?
Yes, I'm in the meeting room.
Thank you. Next, Stephanie Gabriela Wijayawati, are you in the meeting room?
Yes, I'm in the meeting room.
Okay, thank you. Next, Tessa Tresnawati, are you in the meeting room?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Next, Anissa Permatasari Harahap, are you in the meeting room? Anissa Permatasari Harahap, are you in the meeting room? Anissa Permatasari Harahap, are you in the meeting room? Okay, so seeing Anissa is not here yet, we're gonna call her again later. Next, Janet Gloria Salim, are you in the meeting room?
Yes, I am in the meeting room.
Thank you. Now, without any further ado, let's begin with the first participant, Zifa. Zifa, the time and place is yours.
Okay, sorry, but the presentation, okay. It's this. Okay, good morning, everyone. Before I start my presentation, let me introduce myself first. My name is Ziva Genta Sankara. I'm from Faculty of Law, University of Indonesia. So today, I'd like to present the polemic of regulations of coal methane, liquefied coal, and coal gas as new energy in the new renewable energy bill. So from the title, you can guess what I'm going to talk about is focusing on polemic about coal and its derivatives. Next slide, please. All right. As we can see from the screen, that is the power generations mixed data from 2015 to 2020. As one of the most populous countries in the world, the use of electricity in Indonesia is massive. Existing data shows that the use of electricity in Indonesia yearly is getting higher. According to the data of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, electricity consumption in Indonesia in 2021 is projected to increase in 2022. Unfortunately, the electricity supply in Indonesia is currently still dominated by the use of dirty energy, which is oil, gas, and coal, where coal dominates the productions. Electricity in Indonesia, by contributing to the energy mix of 64.3% of electricity productions in Indonesia in the first quarter of 2020. The massive use of coal is sure to pollute the environment, and this should be an obligation for government to find a way out, namely by using cleaner energy. Next slide, please. All right. According to the data from IETO, or Indonesian Energy Transition Outlook, the energy mix target set by the government for 2025 is 23% for NRE, and 22% for natural gas, 25% for oil, and 30% for coal. However, it looked like that target will be difficult to achieve. And why the energy mix target set by the government for 2025 seems difficult for us to achieve, it is because NRE achievement have not met the target, because in 2021, the energy sector will be one of the sectors affected by the COVID-19 because the pandemic. And that's what makes some projects still delayed, and carbon dioxide will not occur in 2021. And it also the same for geothermal and hydropower is same like that. So the key is to do it quickly this year, and we will see again if there is still pending project or not. And also in 2021 shows that the mix of non-renewable energy use itself is still quite large. It can be seen that the government commitment to promoting the energy transition is still not maximized, where coal energy is still a favorite commodity in this country. Next slide, please. So this is foreigner of the EBD bill. Currently, the primary energy mix in Indonesia is still dominated by coal. In fact, one of the important points in the Paris Agreement signed by Indonesia is the transition from fossil energy, which contains coal, oil, and natural gas, to renewable energy, which contains solar energy, wind energy, and geothermal energy, and many more. As a country that signed the Paris Agreement, Indonesia must also make an energy transition. This is manifested by the publications of NDC document, or National Determined Conditions, which later became the basis of the commitment to Indonesia's state to implementing the emissions reductions. In order to reduce carbon expenditure, the energy transitions play a very important role because it can help the targeted climate change targets. However, the existence of renewable energy cannot be utilized optimally due to uncertainty of legal basis, or known as legal umbrella. This supports the existence of EBT bill, which is a form of realizations as well as the responsibility of the states of realizing emissions reductions. Next slide, please. Okay, so based on the draft of evidence includes several forms, which are almost entirely dominated by non-renewable energy derivatives, which is coal. So as we can see from the screen, this renewable energy like geothermal, wind, biomass, sunlight, and many more, and the new energy, nuclear, hydrogen, coal methane gas, and many more. Next slide, please. So here's a few of other legal substance issues. The first one is lack of community participations. Although there are provisions regarding community participation in ABT bills, there are several provisions that can be included to clarify the form of community participation in the ABT bill. And the next one is the main duties between central and regional governments and local government participations. There are many problems regarding the divisions of labor between the central and local government, because many tasks are carried out by the central government without coordination from local government, such as establishing a new renewable energy. And also, in the ABT bill, there are several articles that apparently only repeating existing regulations. This shows that the ABT bill has not adequately addressed the problem renewable energy governance. And the last one is lack of accountability for management failure and loss of criminal sanctions. Does not even regulate accountability resulting from failures in energy management. Next slide, please. All right, so the conclusion is it can be seen that the regulations in the ABT bill still encounters many problems. These problems include the additions of new energy, which is actually almost all other form of coal, and additions of new energy, which is actually almost from the coals. There are other problems that block this ABT bill. Therefore, are several recommendations that can be made for a better ABT bills. The first one is implementations of several elements that have been agreed in the Paris Agreement and NDC, which are adapted to the conditions of the Indonesian state through the ABT bill instrument. And the next one is eliminate the categories of new energy, consists of coal gasification energy, liquefied coal, coal gas methane, hydrogen, and nuclear in the ABT bill because it's coal derivative energy. And the use of nuclear as new energy is also very dangerous enforcement of mechanism. Also, subsidies on non-ABT energy resources, including but not limited to the use of energy through oil, natural gas, coal, and fuel fuels. The fourth is fixing legal issues in this bill, such as overlapping regulations, institutional alternative, public participations, and so on. Okay, that's from me. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Ziva. Now we will give the judges a chance to ask questions. Are there any questions from the honorable judges?
Yes, Victoria, may I ask a question to Ziva?
Yes, Pak.
Okay, good morning, Ziva.
Good morning, judges.
Okay, so I have two comments and one question. My first comment is that I would like to compliment you on the massive data that you presented, which supports the presentation. Nevertheless, the slides should have used less text or words, and because the viewers, while listening to your presentation, are conditioned to try to read the text which are in paragraph form, and then the viewers would lose the focus on getting the point of your presentation. So that's the second note. Okay, now here's the question. On the conclusion, I read that your title was about that this bill will not work. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong. And on the conclusion, you stated that one of the points that interested me was there are categories of It's called new energy. I would like to ask you, in the first place, why did the government, why would the legislators put that category in the bill anyway? Since apparently it's not categorized as renewable energy, but they put it in there anyway. Okay, so that's my question for you, Ziva. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. And I believe also that is a problem about the regulations because they're like coal gasifications, liquefied coal, coal methane gas, and nuclear. I don't see that categorized as the new energy. So that's why I categorized 4 of them as the new energy problem. And this is what our government needs to pay attention about this, because I don't think this would work, and it's still derivatives from the coal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ziva.
Okay. I would like to I would like to firstly give my comments regarding your presentation. First of all, yeah, congratulations. It's quite a research. Thank you for the explanation. But just I'm totally agree with Papang Hulu. You should use points instead of long elaboration on your PPT, because yeah, it's kind of confusing and stuff when you have to hear and also read at the same time. Also try to not read and making eye contacts with us and with all of us with these meetings. Also, okay, now I would like to jump into the questions. I have 3 questions. First, you mentioned there is a loss of criminal sanctions in your PPT. Can you elaborate a little bit more about what is your mean by the loss of criminal sanctions on the EBET bill? And also, on the conclusion, you mentioned there are implementation of several elements of Paris Agreement and NDC in EBT bill. I guess it's the recommendation that you propose. Can you explain a little bit more about that? Because I noticed that in the recent draft of bill, there's they have also included the target of Paris Agreement in the context. So what do you mean with you have to include more elements on the Paris Agreement and NDC stuff? And the third question is really related to conceptual approach, because you mentioned that it should have more energy democratization. And please elaborate more about what is energy democratization in your opinion, and how it should be implemented in the draft of bill. Thank you.
All right, so I would like to answer the first questions first. The first question, like the criminal sanctions, what I proposes is would work to prevent if there's any problem during the implementations of this kind of practical issues. We have legal basis that we can stand if there is any problem. So that's what I mean by criminal sanctions. And I'm sorry for the second questions.
Okay, what you mentioned in your conclusion that there has to be improvement on several elements of Paris Agreement and NDC in the EBT bill. What do you mean by that? Could you please elaborate more?
Okay, so what I mean, there is several implementations of several elements that have been agreed in Paris Agreement or NDC is I want this new EBT bills is still connected between the Paris Agreement, because Indonesia, as one of the country that signed this Paris Agreement, need okay. For me, there is should be a related between the Paris Agreement and this new renewable energy, so that would work great. Thank you. Sorry for the third questions.
Yeah, what do you mean by energy democratization?
Energy democratization is when the energy not just using the coal as our favorite energy, but it also we can maximize any other energy, and that's what I mean from for energy democracies.
Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Changes.
Okay, that marks the end of the question and answer session for Zifa's presentation. Thank you, judges, for the questions, and thank you, Zifa, for your presentation. Next, I would like to call upon the next participant, Andreas Hugo. The time and place is yours.
Okay, good morning, judges and everyone. Now I'm going to do a presentation based on my paper, Academic as a Bridge Between Government and Society in the Accelerating the Utilization of New and Renewable Energy in Indonesia. Next, please. So this is my subtopics that we'll be discussing that I'm going to deliver for next session. Next, please. So the energy transition is becoming a global joint movement to achieve sustainable development. Not only Indonesia, but countries all around the world are concerned about this issue. It's not an option, but it's necessity to all of the country, especially Indonesia, which has great potential for natural wealth and rich human resources to make big changes in the future. Indonesia is major impact for the climate change locally and internationally. Big changes are going to achieve the goal is in advanced economic, social, and environmental aspects. So program of Indonesia development contains three sectors: economic growth, public welfare, and population growth. So these three indicators are increasing day by day, year by year, decades by decades. The increasing they are also the energy consumer and carbon emitters are increasing this time as well. So it will continuously grow. So we must use this NRE fully. Next, please. So Paris Agreement and Kerangka International. Indonesia has committed to the Paris Agreement by limiting the global temperature rise to below 2 degrees Celsius and making efforts to limit it to below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So in the Paris Agreement, they were discussing about financial support, technology transfer, capacity building, and good governance sustainable. Indonesia said its national determined contribution has two scenarios to reducing carbon emission: 29% business as usual by year 2030, and 41% with international assistance in year 2030. International assistance is back again with the Paris Agreement, such as financial support. Financial support, we draw in investor to come to our land, Indonesia, and invest there. So that's based on the Paris Agreement with international assistance. And Kerangka Energy National aims to have 20% country's energy mix by 2025. However, as of 2021, the primary index mix was only 11.5%. So there is a huge gap between the target and the realization. If Indonesia does not accelerate its energy transition, it will affect not only reducing carbon emission, but also Indonesia energy national security. Next, please. So this is Indonesia in the current status. Indonesia has some of the largest energy sources in the world, but the utilization is still low. As we can see, solar, hydro, wind, bioenergy, and geothermal energy, ocean, and nuclear. Solar energy had the biggest potential here, which consists about 400,000 megawatt, but the utilization is only 0.05%. This is the biggest potential in Indonesia because Indonesia is living in tropical country, which means that does not have any winter season that could slow down the development of energy resources. So we must use this opportunity maximally. And for this best scenario is replaced in East Nusa Tenggara. And also the geothermal energy, we have potential located in the world's rings of fire, 43% of the world's geothermal potential. And also the alternative energy sources such as hydrogen, liquefied methane, and gas petrol are included in new energy. Next, please. So academics, we are role in the development of NRE. High academic institutions should respond, then take the big action quickly to any changes in the environment regarding NRE from now on. Such open study program concentrating in NRE to support national NRE to achieve our goal to the future energy to replace fossil fuels that will be generated from energy sources in 2060 or sooner. We can see here government and the society. So there are so many problems in the center of it, like economic, technical, commitment, and business and climate change. Academic as the middle of them. So we are the problem solver. We are the connector between them. Economic, such a high selling price between the subsidized fuel and the new energy resources. would make new energy resources could not compete with the market. And also the technical issues. We have technical issues with the distributing of the technology and facilities to remote area, and also commitment issue between the two parties, government and society. But we as an academic, we can do action like encouraging technology transfer, first world community, campaign to support NRE, raising local community awareness, and doing research, the availability of local resources. The community members are willingly to actively participate if the strong relationship has been created between us. Like academics are living together with them, meddling with them, live together, getting together, suffer together. If the chemistry has been created in the society, we can easily to do our projects as doing research togetherly, such things. And next, please. Study on geothermal energy. Why geothermal energy? It is because Indonesia is home to several active volcanoes, has 40% of the world's geothermal potential. It's providing safe and reliable geothermal power plants. But sometimes obstacles are going to happen, such blow up, micro earthquake, water contamination. Strong action from the broad government to draw in investor. So these main obstacles, we as academic do a research, do a practice, do a report to get an update and advanced technology year by year. So the obstacle can be handled. And the low exploitation in Sumatra, because Indonesia is living in Pacific Ring of Fire, sometimes Sumatra is having a national disaster. By that, we can have the alternative energy sources like hydropower or solar energy. So it could be always a solution for a problem. Next, please. So this future is on the youth. As academic, later become the nation's successor, we must big focus on the climate change. How all academics in Indonesia should at least have a student activity unit that focuses on the abundant NRE in Indonesia. It's the student activity unit, people who want interest on that field. But as a mandate, maybe proposed to government, we should have a mandate course that supporting in the abundant NRE in Indonesia. We must focus on the subject, each of the faculty, either you're from engineering faculty or architecture and accountant or something else. So it could be a part of movement to prevent worse of climate change by using NRE fully in the country. And also going to a commitment. The commitment is the hardest part we are as a human being. But just to remember, to achieve the net zero emission in 2060 or sooner, menuju Indonesia maju, we can do that. So that will be all for me. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation, Andreas. Now we will give the judges a chance to ask questions again. Are there any questions from the honorable judges?
Ms. Victoria, may I ask a question? Give comment and ask a question to Andreas.
Yes, please, Pak.
Okay, good morning, Andreas.
Good morning, judges.
Okay. Firstly, I'd like to compliment you highly on the extensive research you have done on elaborating the issue behind this NRE. That you must have done a lot of work on this. The second thing is a question and a comment combined into one. What I understand from the core of your presentation, you were attempting to present the role or the importance or the significance of academics in changing the course of efficiency for the Indonesian government to quickly as possible implement the NRE. But correct me if I'm wrong, I see there that the presentation is a bit scattered between putting forward what is the issue with presenting on what academics can actually do. So the weight on presenting about the role of academics and the rest of the content is imbalanced. There's about 50-50% among the two, whereas your title says the role of academics. It's not covered sufficiently.
Sorry, Pak Paulu.
Yeah.
Sorry for cutting you off, but the participants' electricity just shut off, so we're going to wait for him to come back into the meeting.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Victoria.
I'm sorry, judges and everyone. I got electricity shut down.
Oh, okay. So Andreas, I'll pick up where I left. The first comment was about a complement to your extensive research. The second is about, since your title seems to focus on the role of academics, nevertheless, correct me if I'm wrong, I see that there's an imbalance of proportion on stating the point. You did about 50-50% on the problem of the NRE issue facing Indonesia, and another 50% is about the academics. While if the point is to present about the role of academics, students included, there should be a more higher percentage of presentation regarding the part of the academics rather than the issue of the NRE itself. Could you enlighten us about that? Thank you, Andreas.
Okay, so I answered that in the section. Academic has role to doing a campaign, doing a research in climate change. So if they are doing research and doing campaign, so all of the public, all of the academics should open about the government, the policy that government has. So if you do a campaign, it's automatically, you know the rules. You are a student, you are educated, so you know the policy of government. So that's maybe my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andreas.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to continue. Firstly, yeah, congratulations for doing an excellent research. But I don't think that I heard enough of the more like okay, you give yeah, maybe because of the short of time, but I don't think that I get more elaboration on the conceptual of the energy itself. Therefore, I would like to ask more about that. But before that, try not to rush. More like you have to be more calm. I know there it is competition and stuff, but try not to rush because it really affects your tone and also fluency. And that is one of the things that we are actually marks about. And then I think you have a clear structure, and that's good. But yeah, that's the structure is okay. I can see that. But the point is where you are really elaborating on and really picturing what you meant on the topic that you want to convey. That's quite a problem in there. And also it's quite a solution-based presentation, so I really appreciate it. Okay, so now about the question. First, okay, so you mentioned geothermal, yeah, as one of the renewables that should be more, we look more about how then the EBET bill, the draft of bill include renewables, particularly geothermal in the draft of bill. Is it, do you think that it is sufficient enough, the elaboration on the bill is sufficient enough to, you know, achieve what you are just said before? And the second question is, how do you you mentioned mainly about academics, and I know in draft of bill, in any draft of bill, there's no like particular academics, but how do you think the public participation in the draft of bill is being accommodated, and how do you think the academics can you know, perform better on this energy transition process if you look into the bill in this matter? Yeah, thank you.
So, okay, thank you for the question. So I'm gonna answer. The first one is the geothermal energy. Maybe as Indonesian, we realize we are living in the tectonical movement in region. So we must realize in the tectonic movement, it's also relating with the geothermal energy. So that's why at least we are as Indonesia realizing ourselves to become Indonesian and use that opportunity. And the second question, it is because academics, especially in high institution, we must elaborating with the sorry, what was that? The second question, please.
Okay, how do you think the public participation is
public participant? Okay, we melding with the communities, so it makes the student activity unit as mandated all of the faculty in Indonesia. So by that we can open our eyes on regarding matters in NRE. So by that we can melding with them, and automatically public will willingness to open with us. So that's it.
Okay, but it's the solution, right? But what the bill indicate about the public participation? What do you think there's, if you think that it is sufficient enough, then why? And if it's not really good, do you think why is it not good, and how the public participation should be formed like in the bill?
maybe for the right now we are as academic, we initiate ourselves for the public communities, and then we elaborate something like a bill or knowledge about the energy or something else. So yeah, it's based on willingness of ourselves again.
Okay,
I think that's my answer.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
That marks the end of question and answer sessions for Hugo's presentation. Thank you, judges, for the questions, and thank you, Andres, for your presentation. Moving on, I would like to call upon the next participant, Adela Tiara Rosa. The time and place is yours.
Okay. The energy sector is the largest emitter by 2030, as stated by Institute for Essential Services Reform in 2021. This condition will happen if there are no changes or no decarbonization efforts are carried out by the country. As an action to realize the commitment to the ratification of the Paris, the government passed the new and renewable energy as a part of national legislation program alongside with other bills. So the question is it an effective way to use an RE bill to achieve carbon neutrality and to help the climate change problems, or it will distract the objective to achieve carbon neutrality? And right now, let me, Adela Tiara Rosa from Lampung University, share my opinion about the new and renewable energy bill through this presentation, namely the optimization of renewable power plant against the impact of the NRE bill. Next slide, please. Indonesia is the top 10 largest greenhouse gas producer in the world in 2020, according to European Union's Joint Research Center. As one of the top emitters, Indonesia contributes more than 1% of global emission, or 1.6% exactly. According to the calculation of Direktorat Inventarisasi GRKNMPP in 2021, Indonesia's emission level in 2019 amount to 1,866,552 GGCO2e, and from that percentage, 49.5% is from the forestry and fire sector, 34.2% from the energy sector, and the rest 16.3% from other sector. And from that percentage, the energy sector became the second largest emitting sector at 34.2% in 2019. And from that situation, IEXR expected that it can turn into the largest emitter for the energy sector if there is nothing changes. The energy sector emissions are up and down from 20 until 2020. And in 2020, the largest contributor in the energy sector is from the power plant based on IESR calculation. Next slide, please. Okay, so several ways our government do in the way of reducing the effort to contributing emission or greenhouse gas in life. For example, the government's program is the B30. This B30 program requires mixing 30% of biodiesel with 70% diesel fuel type. And as one of the effort to reduce greenhouse gas emission, the B30 program has succeeded in reducing greenhouse emission by up to 25 million CO2e, according to the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Mr. Arifin Tasrif, at the Terpam Biodiesel Conference in 2021. Next slide, please. Okay, so Indonesia ratified Paris Agreement through Law Number 16 of 2016 and embodied through the formation of the new and renewable energy bill to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060 or as soon as possible. Furthermore, the Indonesian president at the moment in 2017, Mr. Joko Widodo, committed to reducing the emission by 29% by Indonesia itself and 41% with international support by 2030. For the new and renewable energy bill itself, consists of new and renewable energy. First, for the new energy sources, consists of nuclear and other new energy sources such as hydrogen, coal-based methane, liquefied coal, and gasified coal. And for the second one, renewable energy sources, consists of geothermal, wind, biomass, sunlight, stream and waterfalls, waste, livestock waste, manure, movement and temperature differences of ocean layers, and the other new renewable energy sources. Next slide, please. Okay, so then what if the new and renewable energy bill is enacted in Indonesia? First, more subsidy funds for PLN, because according to Article 40 and our bill draft, it says that in the Section 1, PLN is obligated to buy electricity from renewable energy. And this obligation can disrupt PLN activities because of the additional cost incurred, although the economic growth in Indonesia in the second quarter at 5.44% after the pandemic. And second, the selling price of electricity increased according to Article 31 and our bill draft, because there is a fit-in tariff as the selling price of electricity. And because of this fit-in, this condition is possible to make the selling price of electricity higher than before. Third, high-risk safety and funds for nuclear power plants. The existence of nuclear here as a new energy, and in the Article 7 that nuclear power plant, it need more extra effort to realize it. First, because the construction of nuclear power plant itself is less efficient due to the risk that will arise from nuclear because of Indonesia's presence in active volcanoes and earthquake-prone area will result in high risk and maximum safety measures are required. And second, because to make sure the safety, the maximum safety, it will be need development for the number of funds, and also for the import for uranium for the nuclear power plant, it need the number of funds. And the fourth is according to Article 6 of an bill draft, the new energy sources consists of nuclear and other new energy sources such as hydrogen and other coal. And the existence of coal here as a new energy is ambiguous because greenhouse gas emissions from coal derivatives are still significantly higher than from renewable energy sources. But not only because of the emission impact, but Indonesia was all committed to stop building new coal-fired power plants after 2023 based on Indonesia economic prospect in 2021. In conclusion, coal will disrupt the emission goals from reducing emission and achieving carbon neutrality because coal still has emission higher than renewable energy sources. Next slide, please. Okay, the implementation of the energy bill will have several impacts for environment. For example, first, for coal entrepreneurs will receive incentives such as ease of business, fiscal, and non-fiscal because of the implementation of an energy bill letter, coal as a new energy. Second, for business entities, because of nuclear existence here, business entities will have benefit from this because of the enterprising of construction of nuclear power plants. Third, for the impact for APBN due to the obligation to buy electricity from renewable energy based on our article on the energy bill draft. And next slide, please. Okay, so the climate change problem is what we need to focus on, same as the objective of the NRE bill, and also for the ratification of the Paris Agreement. And the power plant, as the largest emitter in the energy sector, is the key to reducing emission in the energy sector. From year to year, the percentage of power plant contribute mostly the largest. And from the previous program that the government already implemented, the B30 program as biodiesel and one of the types of biomass, which is from renewable energy, has achieved a satisfactory result. And from that, B30, the government can make it as a booster or motivator for the next step power plant, because as a renewable energy, biomass can be used as an alternative to the power plant to help achieve the goal of the carbon neutrality through optimizing the use of renewable energy. If the renewable energy is optimized in every sector, it will likely be able to decrease carbon emission that contribute to climate change. Okay, so in conclusion, the new and renewable bill itself is already a great idea if the government can reconceptualize about the new energy component and sources, and also the ambiguous component here. So if this bill enacted, I think it will be ambiguous because of the new energy sources and the ambiguous component. But inspired by the previous program, the government can reconceptualize it with a biomass as an alternative, because we know that Indonesia has many renewable energy sources, and biomass is one alternative through the already implemented program that already have satisfactory result. Indonesia can adapt that biomass power plant through this objective to achieve carbon neutrality. That's all from my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation, Adela. Now we will give the judges a chance to ask questions again. Are there any questions from the honorable judges?
Thank you, Victoria. I will ask a question to Adela. Good morning, Adela.
Yes, good morning, judges.
Okay, I have two comments. The first is that I'm highly impressed by the data that you have compiled to be able to produce such a work, and that's I compliment that highly. And in particular, I am also impressed by the way you put on your slides, because you only put the points, and that gives me, as one of the judge, as one of the viewers, enough. I'm not distracted by having to try to read the slide. The second thing is my comment. Second comment is you were actually speaking too fast. You're rushing. I'm sure you were a bit nervous, but it's better that you need to pace down so we can actually hear what you are saying. I have only one question. B30 as the alternative to coal, albeit seemingly commitment of the Indonesian government to divert for PLN to utilize that. I have not seen yet on your presentation how far has this gone, this B30 utilization initiative. How effective has it been, or how the pace, how fast is it moving actually towards substituting coal? Could you briefly just enlighten us on that issue? Thank you, Adela.
Okay, thank you for the question, judges, and for B30 as an alternative. How fast it will be, but at first we need to agree that B30 as what is that called? Yeah, for realizing the B30, it still have a problem because it will be need more education to all of the people here to use B30, and the distribute to all of the area, and also for shortly it. If we can enact this for biomass power plant, it will be alternative because of the selling devisa, and for the import of fuel for the normal power plant and also fuel type, and also we can decreasing the emissions with biomass, because biomass is from the organic and waste, and basically it's from organic, and also it's from renewable energy, that it will be a step that can be using to decreasing the renewable energy than we using the fossil fuel. So however it will go because B30 is already have satisfactory result before, but back to the problem, it will need to because it's from still have 70% mixing from fuel. We need to consider about the CPO or palm oil price that have increased sometime, and about if the CPO price, it will be a problem for the biomass power plant. But I think, in my opinion, but if we decide on we using the another like nuclear in the NRA bill draft that government set in NRA bill, we can use biomass power plant instead, because we can look the satisfactory result from B30 problem, and B30 will be continue to B40, but it's still not continue because of the pandemic. So I think that's all my answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adela.
Okay, thank you, Adela. I think you have presented a good structure, and also it's actually a very simple presentation, and it leads to more logical more concise logical development. So I appreciate you for that. I just have two questions, but it's really linked, so I will try to give it in one shot. First, how do you think the renewables are governed in the EBET? Do you think that, especially when you point out the biomass, do you think that the biomass will be well implemented from what you see on the draft of RWT now? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, so do I think that biomass will be implemented well in this area bill? Based on the area bill draft, the government set by new energy sources and still including the coal and new energy sources, that it's kind of ambiguous to our objective to achieve carbon neutrality because of the carbon emission itself. And I think, in my opinion, the biomass, if the biomass is implemented in our bill, it can be optimized if the government can be concepting first about the new energy sources first. Because why I choose biomass, because we know that Indonesia have many forestry, even though it's not in the all area, but in Sumatra and east part of Indonesia, it have the possibility to biomass raw material because of the processing of the forestry product, and also organic like coconut, sugar, palm, and sugar cane. So from that possibility, and from our possibility material that we have not explored as optimally from the government, maybe for the implementation for the biomass in the area bill will have a problem first, as I said before, because of the price of CPO. But in renewable energy itself, in the bill is already great idea about the renewable energy. If we can collaborate with a biomass, it can be optimized with a step that we can consider by the government. Thank you so much. That's my answer.
Okay, just one quick question, a follow-up question. So, so in your opinion, in current bill, there is no biomass regulation related?
In our bill is, yes, it is in renewable energy, but it's like we distracted by the new energy sources. So if that can be optimized, like the B30 and B20 program before, it can be optimized more and more. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, that ends the question and answer session for Adela's presentation. Thank you, judges, for the questions, and thank you, Adela, for your presentation. Next, I would like to call upon the next participant, Raihan Rajendra Irawan.
Hi. First of all, am I audible?
Yes, you are, Raihan. The time and place is yours.
Thank you. Okay, I will begin my presentation in 3, 2, 1. Nuclear power and fossil fuels are the choices of the past. Renewable energy is the choice of the future that is here today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and Salam Kebajikan for us all. Good morning, honorable judges, committees, and all my friends whom I'm proud of. I am Raihan Rajendra from the University of Indonesia. Mentioned earlier is a quote by Harman Shear, who was the general chairman of the World Council for Renewable Energy, who dedicated his lifetime promoting renewable energy. The quote fits and reflects the theme and the title of my presentation, which is how the new and renewable energy bill will not energize the development of Indonesia's energy transition. Next slide, please. The ever-growing energy consumption creates demands and development for energy. Hence, the new and renewable energy are getting more popular among society. So what is new and renewable energy? First off, as defined by Law Number 30 of 2007 regarding energy, or Undang-Undang Energi, renewable energy is defined as energy that is derived from sustainable energy sources such as sun rays, moving water and wind, biomass, geothermal, and seawater temperature. Furthermore, UU Energy also defines new energy as energy that is created from both renewable and renewable energy sources using new technology, such as nuclear, hydrogen, and coal-based energy, such as coal bed methane, coal gasification, and coal liquefaction. These definitions and types of new energy are the exact ones that are included in the new and renewable energy bill. Next slide, please. Now that new and renewable energy are getting more recognition, the House of Representatives of Indonesia, DPR RI, also created an accompanying draft bill for this called the New and Renewable Energy Bill, or NRE bill. So what really caused them to make this bill? First, and the obvious reason, the negative impacts of fossil-based energy. Now, fossil-based energy sources, as we know it, such as oil and coal, produces tons of carbon emissions that contribute majorly to climate change and global warming. It actually leads to the second reason, which is the ratification of the Paris Agreement that aims to combat climate change by keeping global warming intensity and greenhouse gas emissions at low levels. Indonesia also has tons of renewable energy resources. However, the General Director of NRE of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources mentioned that the usage of new and renewable energy is still relatively low, meaning harnessing the renewable energy potential is still ineffective and far from the goal of the 23% renewable energy in the national energy mix by 2050. Lastly, all of the reasons combined make the top reason for the creation of the NRE bill, which is the energy transition. To reduce the carbon emissions that cause climate change, fossil-based energy needs to be used less and renewable energy usage needs to be improved, hence changing or transitioning the sources of energy we use. Next slide, please. New energy, as mentioned before, is created from nuclear and coal-based energy. These two types of new energy might contribute to energy transition. However, nuclear also has several negative impacts to the environment and humans through its waste if exposed, leading to acute short-term effects and long-term effects, including cancer and death. World famous nuclear accidents in Chernobyl and the recent one in Fukushima have resulted in thousands of deaths and contamination of the surrounding areas, which devastated tens of thousands of civilians. However, the mention of nuclear energy in the NRE bill was not accompanied by the supporting academic script that includes mitigation plans in case of a nuclear accident. This shows that DPR RI was rushing the nuclear energy agenda into the NRE bill without regard to the prevention of nuclear accidents. Secondly, Indonesia's economy has been severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russia-Ukraine war, and the construction of the new capital, or Ibu Kota IKN. Knowing that the cost of one nuclear plant is at least 200 trillion rupiahs and take years to complete, the weakened economy as a result of mentioned causes makes developing, building, operating, and maintaining nuclear power plants a massive burden to Indonesia's economy. The other types of new energy, which is the coal-based energy, includes coal-bed methane, which is trapped inside the coal from the coalification process, which still produces emissions from the gases. This therefore shows that the existence of coal-based energy in the NRE bill is not aligned with the energy transition's purpose, as they still negatively impact the environment with the emissions that cause climate change. Next slide, please. So now that we know some disadvantages of the new energy towards energy transition, how does renewable energy help, or so I like to say it, become a hero in the energy transition? First, as stated by the Minister of SDM, Arifin Tasrif, renewable energy in Indonesia has huge potential, totaling over 3,000 gigawatts. Next, renewable energy is generated by harnessing the energy resources with technologies and converting them into energy such as electricity, heat, or biofuels. This process of converting most renewable sources into energy produces zero carbon emission, therefore not contributing to climate change and global warming. Solar panels and wind turbines are much cheaper to compare to building nuclear power plants, ranging from 14 million rupiahs for solar panels and not 29 billion rupiahs for wind turbines. Hence, more cost-effective for the government to build and more economically accessible for people to install solar panels. Indonesia's renewable energy potential is also supported by the geological point of Indonesia, which provides sun rays and wind power all year round and dispersed throughout Indonesia. Next slide, please. Besides the downsides of new energy, the NRE bill itself has some administrative problems. The NRE bill contains similarities of that in Undang-Undang Energi, such as a mandate to govern and supervise, therefore making articles in the honorary bill mandate the same mandates mentioned in the previous Undang-Undang Energi. DPR RI also needs to formulate a regulation that has new and improvised stipulations regarding the implementation of NRE. There are also aspects that need to be studied more before formulating a regulations regarding NRE, namely aspects of purchasing, data accuracy, incentive, and research and development. The nuclear and coal-based energy provisions in the honorary bill seem to have a false focus and overlook the renewable energy provisions. This is evident in the 5 articles that are solely dedicated to nuclear regulations and coal-based energy, slowing the energy transition plan agenda. So next, what will happen if DPR RI decide to enact it anyways? Implementing the NRE bill would mean building new institutions to develop and build nuclear power plants. Therefore, Indonesia will also have to do massive crowdfunding from investors and the public in order to be able to build nuclear plants. Nevertheless, the renewable energy articles included in the honorary bill would hugely impact the success of energy transition in Indonesia. Next slide, please. To conclude, the new and renewable energy bill was created in an attempt of reducing fossil-based energy usage with a goal of reducing the carbon emission that cause climate change, which lead to energy transition in Indonesia. Nevertheless, types of new energies such as nuclear and coal-based energy have some disadvantages. With these disadvantages, renewable energy serves as the best alternative that benefits energy transition. However, the NRE bill itself also has some administrative problems that tends to overlook the renewable energy part. Some suggestions that can be given from the presentation are to remove the nuclear energy articles in the new energy part or to make separate regulations of new energy and renewable energy.
Since the 15 minutes has elapsed and 15-second tolerance times has also elapsed, your time is now over, and we will be moving on to the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges.
To other participants, please be mindful with the time notes given by the committee through the Zoom chat. Thank you. Now I'm going to pass it to the judges. Are there any questions from the honorable judges?
Yes, Ms. Victoria, I would like to ask Raihan here. Good morning, Raihan.
Good morning, Mr. Pangul.
Okay, so first, the slides are very good. I mean, without cluttering the viewers with too many data, you could present a logical and structural information and informatively. So for purpose of enlightening a particular type of viewer, this is very good. I compliment you highly for that.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Now, I want to ask about your slide. I forgot which number, but I have a copy of it. The title is Problem with the NRE bill itself and the enactment scenario. Okay, now if you had to prioritize among the 4 problems here, which problem do you think was actually not unnecessary? It could have been deleted from the beginning. You mentioned here repeated provisions already addressed, aspect that needed to be studied more, etc., etc. There are 4 points. Which one do you think that the DPR actually could, from the beginning, attack the problem and it can reduce the number of problems to 3 or perhaps 2? Okay, Raihan, I would appreciate your elaboration on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. So the problem that the DPR RI could erase from the beginning is probably the articles that prioritize nuclear energy and coal-based energy more than the renewable energy. So as I mentioned beforehand, they overlook the renewable energy. So as per my suggestions, the nuclear part can be erased or it can be put into another regulation so that the renewable energy articles in the honorary bill is not overlooked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raihan.
Okay, thank you, Rehan. I see that you have done excellent research in examining the RUU MBET, so appreciation for that. I want to ask regarding the your points that say that even though it's financially demanding, but it will be beneficial towards the energy transition Could you elaborate more about that? Why do you think that this could be amidst the several problems that you have elaborated, but why do you think that it's still beneficial for the energy transition process?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. So what I meant by the benefits, by how the NRA bill could still benefits energy transition is from the renewable energy articles that are included in the NRA bill. So as I mentioned, the renewable energy is it helps and benefits the energy transition by not producing carbon emissions that is the source of the climate change. So by still including the renewable energy, the NRA bill could still benefits and therefore benefits towards the energy transition in Indonesia. Thank you.
But do you think that there is a same proportion given for the new and also the renewable energy in the bill? Because you mentioned that you're not in favor on the new and on the new energy side, right?
Yes. I think the proportion is a bit it's not aligned because I personally think that the NRA bill prioritizes nuclear, which is evident by the 5 articles that only meant for the nuclear energy.
Okay, and even though with such facts, you still believe that will be beneficial toward energy transition?
Yes, because of the renewable energy that are included in the bill.
Okay, so as long as it is included, it's then fine, even though it's not in the same proportion to be escalated later in the implementation.
Yes, maybe per my suggestions, the nuclear energy can be erased. So the bill would be just the renewable energy.
Okay, so considering your solution in one package, then you think that this will be beneficial toward energy transition. Okay, I get it.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
That's all from me.
That's the end of question and answer session for Raihan's presentation. Thank you, judges, for the question, and thank you, Raihan, for your presentation. Next, I would like to call upon the next participant, Robbie.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I'm going to start my presentation in 3, 2, 1. Climate change is the average of all problems and the thorniest challenge that humankind face today. A quote from a British ocean advocate, Lewis Pope, exposes how the rising climate issues threatens the global community's future existence. This is why the proper strategic steps in addressing the concern will play a significant role in determining the fate of future humankind. With this in mind, dear honorable judges and respected participants, allow me to present an idea upon how the urgency of tripartite approach towards energy diversification model can sustain and promote the sustainability of energy transition in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Next slide. Indonesia is an archipelago of more than 17,000 islands with the 4th most populous nation on Earth. Within the glimpse of these natural disasters due to the ever-changing climate circumstances, ranked the 97 based on the Notre Dame Gain Index for 2020, summarize a country's exposure to climate change is really unavoidable. Next slide. Pertaining to the current issue, the energy sector plays an important role to achieve its climate commitments, considering the contribution of greenhouse gases from this sector alone, which is up to 52% in just 1 year. In response to that, inclusivity of clean energy must be introduced immediately. Still, the fossil high dependence on energy need to be reduced and utilization of renewable energy source need to be optimized. And that's where the energy transition is vital in this point. Next slide. Energy has a strategic role in achieving the national development, social, economic, and environmental goals. To counteract the issue, the solution chosen by the government is by implementing a strategic energy mix. This approach, however, has been implemented in Indonesia within the Bill of Number 79, year 2014. The nation targeted to reach 22% by 2025 and 2050 to get a minimum or 31% of renewable energy. Despite the target set in this regard, the development of renewable energy in Indonesia is still in fact far from a substantive number expected. This sums up the challenges that we as a country face today, such as limited space for supporting infrastructure, geographic constraint, and of course, inadequate regulation and incentive. In addition, due to the insufficient potential and development of data explored, cost and logistical challenges that does not stimulate potential investors to promote renewable energy integration within the system. Next slide, please. As a democratic country, we can understand that the state controls the wealth of all energy resources in Indonesia. This principle is already regulated within the Constitution, mainly the Article 33, Paragraph 3 of the 1945 Constitution. The energy transition law reflected on the nation's principle to address the global climate change. This can be seen in the development of energy-related laws from Law Number 30/2007 to 30/2009, and the last is the ratification of the Paris Agreement in the year of 2016. This development of draft, however, goes beyond renewable energy transition principle. Classification of energy source such as nuclear plant, hydrogen, liquefied and gasified coals considered as new energy, and domesticated coal market contradicts towards the principle of the national energy transition. Some articles within the bill also gain critics by compensating subsidies to renewable energy when its generating costs cannot compete with the traditional fuels. Establishment of renewable energy funding from the budget, such as building supporting infrastructure and provide incentive for the developers, judged to be unclear and unfavorable towards sustainable transition. Next slide, please. We can see that the government act in compensating the upstream path without taking the approach towards the downstream sector. In regards to this problem, a synergy between tripartite model is currently needed. The model need to ensure that accommodate the synergy between three parties to support sustainable energy scheme, the government, the private or business actors, and the society itself. This model will bring together several crucial problems that will answer the challenges that exist within the field. This concept, however, will be able to exploit the issues more rigidly and bring sufficient resource to answer the ongoing challenge. The 3 points that I'm going to describe is the first is diverse. Sustainable energy transition cannot be done in a short-term plan. Therefore, implementation in a slow but sure transition, including provision that encourage the fulfillment of sustainability principle that promote diversification, is vital. This will trigger the society sector to at most slowly face conventional challenge towards sustainable energy alternative. Some acts that can be done, such as providing gas-based energy, increasing the battery-based vehicles, and optimizing the biofuel production. The second is to consolidate. In other words, identify the most cost-effective financial and fiscal incentive for triggering the private sector. This will be able to trigger and reduce the running costs obtained from the change. Thus, the government can also provide protection and proliferation without sacrificing the business interests. The last is to provide a registration system for all energy projects in the country and general guidelines for monitoring and evaluating projects' performance. This to ensure that our market and industry will be protected even though we get several condemns for sticking to the status quo. When every stakeholder is involved within the system, it will create a sustainable scheme that solves their issues first by finding the core problems faced by each subject. At the end of the day, we can probably have a more significant altogether. Next slide. For the conclusion, Indonesian government goals to ensure sustainability of energy transition could be achieved if cooperation between the government, the private, and social actors can be done synergistically. Unfortunately, the current draft has not been able to address this focus in aiming for an inclusive and sustainable transition. Several principles in the development of trilateral model can become a policy instrument in the future to accelerate Indonesia's effort to achieve energy independence and control the impact of climate change, which significantly affects the safety and welfare of the nation now and later. Furthermore, several recommendations that we can apply to achieve these goals are: the first, to reform and subsidizing energy, fuel, and electricity to pave the way for renewable energy to become a more competitive energy source. The second is to map a renewable energy potential to shift a conventional usage. Doing so will lead to a better coordination and allocation of resources at the multiple level governance. And the third is develop inclusive indicators to measure Indonesia's independence towards energy transition. This indicator measures readiness and progress related to energy transition from various kinds of dimensions, such as politics, economy, investment, technology, social, and so on. And lastly, prioritizing renewable kind of energy source rather than new energy development in order to optimize the sustainable resource that our country has given before. This approach can be a crucial act to proliferate social capital, jobs, skills, and other developed energy sectors that can be used in the transition phase in the future. For the closing statement, allow me to embed a quote from a popular Chinese journalist, Chiang Jing. The strongest government on earth cannot clean up the pollution by themselves. They must rely on ordinary person like you and me, on our choice and on our will. I'm Robi Ananda from University of Lampung. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for your presentation, Robbie. Now we will pass it to the judges. Are there any questions from the honorable judges?
Yes, MC Victoria, I would like to ask Robbie. Good morning, Robbie.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, I like your slides. They're concise and straightforward, easy to understand for us to get the point. I'll go straight to the question. One of your slides, you mentioned a word, a concept, the domestic market obligation. My question about that is, do you see that there's still a lot of conflict of interest regarding this DMO implementation? We don't see it being, at least from what I read from the media, we don't see it being implemented fairly, and power plants and other stakeholders that in which their production costs rely heavily on the government subsidy and DMO is not fairly implemented. Do you see it the way I see it also? And if it is true, what can the government quickly do to have to treat this DMO issue at a fair platform? That's my own question. Thank you, Robbie.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pangulu, for the question. Before we get into my opinion, we need to determine what is the concept of domesticated coal itself. First, the government enacted this kind of Persuasion Act is to ensure that the coal production is to become the central base of our energy resource within the nation and not really going to be exported into another country. So I think this kind of approach is going to become a benefit for our industrial, especially in our national industrial sector, in the sector of coal, of course, but sadly it's going to create imbalance roadmap. It's going to encompasses the roadmap of energy transition that we have established before. Since the coal is the main producers of greenhouse gases in our nation and one of the biggest in the world, we need to counteract this kind of problem, not only just to make a coal itself less useful, but we need to change the transition towards the new renewable energy and not only based on the coal. So I think the domesticated coal reform that has happened in Indonesia is going to harm our principle towards energy transition. Therefore, the government should be not interested or not putting attention towards the coal, but putting the full effort toward the renewable energy that has been given by the natures and the resources that our country have before.
Thank you, Robbie, for your response. I fully understand it now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robbie. I see that you are doing astonishing research, yeah, not only on the RUU EBET factors, but also in the terms of energy transition in general. So I highly appreciate you for that. And also I always appreciate a more solution-based elaboration. Therefore, I think with your what it's called, tripartite energy diversification model. I think you are doing an excellent job on that. Okay, just one question. I see that you proposed the tripartite energy diversification model, and on your slide, you are giving 3 obstacles regarding to energy transition. It really related to limited space of infrastructure and also geographic constraints. Now, with your proposes concept, the tripartite energy diversification model, how do you think you could really address this problem with infrastructure and also geographical constraints? Thank you, because I don't really catch on that on your solution elaboration. Thank you.
Okay, the tripartite model enhances all sectors of the society, business, and government to act together in solving the climate change respectively in the term of energy transition. So our obstacle as a country today in achieving this energy transition, as was mentioned before, is limited space for supporting infrastructure. By using a tripartite model, the society and business actors and the government will identify each problem specifically, like if there is a lack of supporting infrastructure, the society or the business actors that are going to be compromised will have a research and complain to the government regarding certain problem. And the second is the geographic constraint. We can understand that Indonesia is an archipelago, not just a one land country. So using a tripartite model, we can enhance every sector, every regional, every provincial, and every sector of our energy platform to identify, to enhance, and to proliferate their own problems and to solve their problems all together. Like if we have a decent mining or decent infrastructure in this area, then the society will create a research on what type of infrastructure, on what type of supporting elements they're going to be used, and then going to be reported by the business sectors and also going to be identified by the government. This is going to create a synergized collection between all together movement to create a sustainable energy transition.
Okay, thank you. And has there been any best practice on the implementation of this tripartite energy, or I just wondering where did you get this inspired from? And in terms of that, you think that it can be addressed by maximizing the participation and stuff in terms of geographical constraints and stuff? Has there been any best practice so far using the tripartite concept that you just mentioned?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jenny, for the question. The tripartite model basically is optimization of three sector of actors in determining a process. This kind of idea has been implemented before in the economic sector, such as determining the type concept of a creative economy that has happened in several regions of Indonesia. This way, we can optimize all sectors to play together to identify and to solve the core problems and to create a synergized movement to against this kind of responsibility. If this kind of solution will be enacted within the energy sector, we can surely hope that all parties, all stakeholders will make a synergized cooperation to solve the core problems and find the critical state and answer the problems altogether. Since before, the government only prioritized on the regulation for the private or the environment sector, but sadly, the social acts or the social actors are not fully optimized during this kind of process. So yes, this is going to be a hopefully going to be a sustainable idea to sustain to create a transition period of sustainable energy in Indonesia.
Okay, just one quick question. Has there been any best practice that implement this concept, maybe perhaps in another country or at a CSR project or what?
Tripartite model is usually used in the economic sector, like identifying the type of energy, the type of business sector that are going to be suitable in this area or in this region. But in energy sector, it has been not yet really done since the government of other countries, especially in Indonesia, still focus in maintaining the regulation from the upstream rather than complying the society and business sector to take part in solving the energy transition.
Okay, thank you, Robbie. Back to Mbak Victoria.
That marks the end of question and answer session for Robbie's presentation. Thank you, judges, for the questions, and thank you, Robbie, for your presentation. Before moving on to the next participant, we're going to have a break for an hour. You can turn off your camera and please be here by 10:45 a.m. We would like to remind all participants to not leave the Zoom meeting room. Thank you.
Thank you, MC Victoria.
Thank you.
Welcome back to all the honorable judges and participants. Now, let us continue with the next participant. I would like to call upon Stephanie Gabriela Wijayawati.
Yes, hello.
The time and place is yours, Stephanie.
Thank you very much. I'll begin in 3. Apologies. Could I restart? My camera seems off. Okay, very sorry. I'll begin my presentation in 3, 2, 1. Hello, everyone. And today, my name is Stephanie Gabriela Wijayawati, and today I'll be presenting the paper from a newer perspective, which is an analysis based on the Marxist theory on how capitalistic motives are hidden in Indonesia's new and renewable energy bill. Next slide, please. Okay, as a brief overview of what we are going to discuss today, we'll be discussing several points on introduction, research question, conceptual analysis, research finding, and then the way forward after this bill or the conclusion. Here, if you see the line here, it is only a short overview on how Indonesia is not new to the concept of saving the earth. From 1972, after we followed the Stockholm Conference, we first established the Ministry of Environment and also a Ministry of People and Environment. And here, moving on, we have followed numerous conferences, adopted numerous agreements, enacted our own law, which is law number 30 of 2007 on energy, and later on we instilled a renewable draft bill and also a job creation law that would later be a point of conversation in my explanation as well. But throughout all these agreements, these conferences, please do take notice, ladies and gentlemen, that all these milestones talk about economic gain. Next slide, please. I firmly apologize that there is a lot of text in my slides, so I'll try to stick to the text so that the judges can better understand. Firstly, we need to understand that as a country, Indonesia has a lot of international relations, international agreements that would later affect its national policies. As a country, it is unlikely that Indonesia would overlook an economic gain when they're enjoying this international relation. For example, the most extreme example, even amidst the political tension of the Cold War, amidst the political tension of the Cold War, Indonesia was again still cooperating economically as one of their main agendas, even amidst all the still tensions, proxy wars, etc. Could we go back to the next slide, please? A previous slide. It seems that the slide, thank you very much. Hence, through all of this, in March 2021, when Indonesia enacted and put the new and renewable energy bill as a legislation priority, this too was a result of an international agreement, which is the adoption of the Paris Agreement in 2016. And might I remind, in the Paris Agreement itself, we acknowledge the principle of, let's say, accommodating to developing countries, which is why Indonesia was on board with the principle that they will give economic incentives, that they will give leeway for developing countries to still develop their resources despite following this agreement. The Paris Agreement is a climate agreement, in the next paragraph, that acknowledges the differentiated responsibility and acknowledges the need to promote sustainable energy. A shift to renewable energy will also bring people economic gain. As the quicker the transition, the faster the period of investment return will be felt. For example, if we install solar panel now, it might be expensive in construction, but let's say in 10 years, we can provide cheap energy supply and we get a cheaper, actually, production issues or production tariff to give solar energy to people. This economic motives in international relations and also in law is okay. But it becomes a problem when economic relatives and economic motives is not about the people anymore. And second, when it is no longer the primary goal of the international relations itself, which is to prevent climate change. Next. So then we have two questions. What are the possible positive and negative impacts of the enactment of the Renewable Energy Bill, and what are the positives? And second, can the energy bill be said to have intentionally accommodated capitalistic motives? Next slide, please. So first, we'll dive down into a conceptual analysis. I've divided into three, which is the Paris Agreement and its supplements, the New and Renewable Energy Bill, in which it includes new energy separated from renewable energy, new energy being coal-backed methane, coal liquidation, coal gasification, and nuclear, and also the Marxist legal theory as the theory we use to think in this matter today. First, the Paris Agreement and its supplement. It is great that we want to minimize the Earth's temperature rise to under 2 degrees Celsius by 2050. However, there is no binding sanction if we don't achieve that goal. The only binding thing in the Paris Agreement is that we need to combat it by submitting non-NDC or nationally determined contributions. We determine our own goal, we set our own goal, we report it to the summit, and then if we, technically speaking, don't achieve that goal, there's not really a legal sanction from Paris Agreement itself that dictates us to follow that goal. By 2021 in COP, only 70 to 79% of emission would be reduced by 2050, meaning that we're not close to that goal of reaching, well, let's say zero carbon emissions by 2050, like most countries have been advocating for. And Indonesia also, in the extension of the COP 26, refused to sign one specific point, which is not giving new permits for coal industries and not giving coal the advantage to strive in the electricity production goal. Now, new and renewable energy slavification of coal and nuclear, I titled it like that because if we would like to observe clearly from 2007 to 2021, when this bill is national priority, there's not much changed about the content of what is actually being talked about. We already acknowledge solar, hydroelectric panels, wind, trash, etc. as a source of renewable energy. We also mention new energy such as coal, CBM, CGCL in the 2007 bill. So what actually changes by putting this new bill? And aside from that, let's say the newest points added was that Indonesia now acknowledges trash electricity made based on trash or trash electricity generator. However, trash electricity generator plants have been built since 2019, and the law they used to establish it is the law of 2077. So what changes actually? Instead of this just re-announcing that Indonesia still wants to use coal and Indonesia now wants to use nuclear. And then let's see Marxist legal theory. In a capitalist and open market society, the law is always a mere product of economic needs, economic dynamics, and need. And Marxist scholars also argue that when a certain sector is recognized or re-recognized by the government, it means that there is an economic intention or an economic motive that this sector can actually give to the government. Next slide, please. So moving on to a research finding, I will start to the point on the left, which is the positive, and I'll go down and then the next. First, in the positive, it is safe to say the country's economy would be, of course, saved because Indonesia has a large coal reservoir and we need to, of course, exhaust it as other countries are technically phasing out. And the negative is that many countries are phasing out of nuclear energies. Okay. And then, I'll just move to the negatives ever since the positive is always about economy. The negatives is this bill isn't actually taking the intention in which it was made, which is to provide labor, to provide cleaner energy, but it doesn't have the roadmap to implement these plans anywhere. It doesn't have the roadmap to actually extend the 2007 bill, and it is only made to, of course, again, reappropriate the coal and nuclear sector. Thank you.
Participants, since the 15 minutes has elapsed and 15-second tolerance has also elapsed, your time is now over, and we will be moving on to the Q&A session. Thank you. To the other participants, I will remind you again, please be mindful with the time notes given by the committee through the Zoom chat. Thank you. For the honorable judges, are there any questions?
Yes, MC Victoria, I would like to ask Stephanie. Stephanie, could you hear my voice?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Okay, so your title is quite intriguing, capitalistic motive. I noted, I want to ask about two things. Firstly, is this, do you think, in your observation, is this unique of Indonesia, or each nation in the world are directed or geared by capitalistic motive when it comes to energy policies? That's my first question. And the second question is about sanctions. On your observation, again, on a global perspective, do you know any protocols that sanction people for countries for not complying? As I see it, there are no sanctions. The Kyoto Protocol was also in lieu of any sanctions. So how could you comment on this phenomena? In the future, things like this might just repeat itself. Okay, go ahead, Stephanie.
Yes, Professor. First, to answer your first question, I do believe that every country has capitalistic motives, of course, in implementing their energy. However, what is suspicious, particularly about Indonesia, is that in nuclear, for example, they wanted uranium to be mined for the nuclear sector. And scientists have criticized numerously that uranium in Indonesia is not safe for digging. And here you see another motive, sir, in which they wanted to import uranium outside if we do have a nuclear power plant. This creates a gap that will allow perhaps for corruption, perhaps for increase of tariffs, and it doesn't pursue the actual aim of giving people accessible, economically accessible energy. And therefore, while other countries are striving for capitalistic motives in their energy sectors as well, Indonesia seems to also be misappropriating it for third parties, such as private parties that might be benefiting from this cause. And to answer your second question, it is true that there is no sanction right now on, let's say, Indonesia keeps on emitting coal emissions, Indonesia keeps on burning and contributing largely to the global emissions. But right now, it is also, according to the Vienna Declaration on Vienna Convention on Treaty, that countries should instead abide to the commitments they made. The fact that they do not abide to the commitments should be scrutinized upon themselves, as climate change itself affects us directly. It affects our agriculture as Indonesia. It affects our relation with other states who might be fighting for climate change, and affects other states who are drowning and in the brink of sinking due to climate change. So it is upon our own national consents and our own national consents, of course, to commit to this global.
Just to clarify the last one, so it will always remain on a moral and ethic platform. Nothing legal can apply. Do you think that is the issue?
Yes. Normally, sir, I would think that that is the issue. However, there was a case in Philippines that after the Philippines adopted the Paris Agreement sustainable agendas, they put the principle of intergenerative, so fairness, intergenerative fairness, and they sued the government for actually, let's say, burning down a forest. If that same system could apply to Indonesia right now, where us as Indonesians, as people who know the law, would actually, let's say, give sanctions to the government for not abiding to their own commitments, then we can actually give sanction from in ourselves, outside from waiting for other countries to dictate us on what to do.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephanie, for your answer.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. I see that you choose an interesting topic, but I think it's also tricky because in consequences, although I see on your PPT on the last slide in the way forward, although you have successfully packaged them into back to the renewable energy bill, but your elaboration on the body part, be it in underwriting or nor in the presentation, can sometimes a bit far stretch. So yeah, I think that's the consequence when you pick a very broad concept, I guess. So my question is for the way forward. You mentioned that the bill should be revised to contain implementation plans and an increase in target percentage of renewable energy share in Indonesia. Okay, so what can you give a more explanation about this? Like, because in your explanation you haven't mentioned like what is it very significant to increase the target percentage and how it should be done, and what do you perceive is the target should be like, and then what is the linkage between this two proposal to the capitalistic motives that you mentioned earlier. I see the second are really laborious and stuff, but could you please have more explanation on that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Judge. I will try to answer it briefly and overall. And first of all, here what I try to explain is that basically the law is a repetition of 2007 law. And the only thing added, I believe, is the goals that now all energy sectors, all energy generations has to be administered through this portfolio, new and renewable energy portfolio. And this new and renewable energy portfolio right now follows the goal that Indonesia has set, 25% by 2025, I believe, and 29% by 2030. However, if we consider these facts, the percentage is still quite low, Professor. It's still quite low in the sense that even if there is a portfolio, to register for new energies, we would still be stuck by using coal and also coal gasification, coal bed methane. And what is good here is only if they put a roadmap on implementation. So they increase the percentage of how much energy they want on renewables, and after that work towards that goal year by year. This year there should be this plant there, this year there should be this plant there. You should make an assessment on whether or not Kalimantan, for example, is good for solar panels, a session on whether or not Sumatra is good for wind panels. And these sorts of details should be included in the bill instead of just mentioning, okay, here are the renewable energies that Indonesia wants, but does not tell us how you implement them, how you plan to make it 25% or more. So that is the point that is missing from this bill, and what the target should be. And of course, the target here, an increase of only 4% from 5 years, that is a bit unreasonable. We should increase that target if really we are striving for renewable energies. And second, on the capitalistic motives, on why I say this is the first capitalistic motive is because, first of all, nuclear, coal bed methane, etc., all of them, if we continue to put them as a 40% share in our target right now, these will only benefit those who are already in power, those who are already possessing the means of production, such as coal, and who can import uranium. But it doesn't really benefit the workers, right? Mining has been one of, Universitas Indonesia did a research on mining workers, and they're one of the workers with the most horrible psychological conditions. And it is not really to say that they're prosperous in a sense. If Indonesia really cares for their citizens, they would have, let's say, made better circumstances in coal and mining industries first, instead of just putting renewables, and not giving implementation. I am also sure that if we increase our renewable energy and also make new renewable plants, the working conditions would be much better there, as they're dealing with, let's say, new technologies, new learning, and new advancements for Indonesia.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. Back to Victoria.
Thank you, judges, for the questions, and thank you, Stephanie, for your presentations and also answers. Next, I would like to call upon the next participant, Tessa Tresnawati.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you are. The time and place is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, delightful occasion like about knowledge, agency, impact, substance.
Sorry to cut, tapi di aku doang atau putus-putus ya?
Yes, di aku juga putus-putus. You can restart your presentation, Teresa.
Okay. My connection is.
Can you try to say 1 or 2 sentences, please?
Or I will change my connection. That's am I to change my connection?
You're barely audible. If you can change your connection, please do. Okay, while waiting for Tessa Tresnawati to change her connections, we're going to move on first to the next participant, and Tessa would be put into the last position.
Oh, my connection is stable now? Okay, how about now?
Okay, now
Can I do the presentation?
Okay, yes, you can proceed with your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the MC. Okay, I will start my presentation, and I'm really sorry for the connection issue. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everyone. The honorable judges and the beloved audience. In this delightful occasion, I would like to explain about the analysis of urgency, impact, and substance of Indonesia's new and renewable energy bill in preparing energy transition. So this is going to be an interesting topic for all of us. Next slide, please. But before we jump into comprehensive materials, I would like to say that the existence of energy is vital for our life. Electricity, heat, light, or even the Zoom meeting that we are using right now, we need the energy. Indonesia itself as the country that has the energy-rich blessing in both renewable energy and non-renewable energy. Unfortunately, the government of Indonesia, as we can see on the screen, the distribution of energy sources in Indonesia is still dominated by fossil energy. 43% for petroleum, 21% and 18% for coal and natural gas. And it's only 5% for renewable energy when Indonesia has the natural energy rich blessing. And the last one is for other energy resources. Then we are in a bad energy management system, ladies and gentlemen. Right? So consequently, the bad energy management gives an impact on the unbalance of energy supply and demand. As we can see, the gap between the energy supply and demand is predicted to be happen until 2030. And this prediction is supported by the fact of the population of Indonesia is increasing over the years. In conclusion, the unbalanced stock of fossil energy in Indonesia, when confronted with the increasing of Indonesian people, we need an innovation to answer that question because it's going to be an abnormal situation in the future. Next slide, please. In climate change, the popular concern for people around the world. Indonesia itself has signed the Paris Agreement and ratified this agreement into Law number 16 of 2016, and there is a purpose of Indonesia in Article number 2 to warn climate change. Therefore, the existence of new and renewable energy is actually the implementation on this article. But ladies and gentlemen, far from that, Indonesia has tried to warn climate change. This is just for an additional information actually, but this is important. And it is called ultra supercritical technology for coal, which succeeds in promoting an environmental system on its energy production. But the problem is, not all fossil technology are environmental friendly. Therefore, this is the point I want to tell that the urgency of new and renewable energy to access rights. Even there is a great technology to prevent climate change, but unfortunately, it will not help us if we don't do the innovation, the more innovation about it. Next slide. And now we are moving on to the analysis of legal substance issue of this bill. The first is about the definition of new energy. There is an opposite argumentation by the Institute for Essential Services Reform about the definition of new energy, which shouldn't be classified coal-based the same as new energy due to other countries classify it to non-renewable energies. Based on the article number 1.2 of this bill, it is said that new energy is the energy that stems from new technology. And if we look at the academic script of this bill, every country has different technology. The technology in Indonesia might be different with America. But the problem is, we don't see what kind of technology the government will use in new energy. And it is not stated in this bill or in academic script. So the solution is, the government should be careful in giving the definition and classification. And we suggest to give the facts more in this bill and add what kind of technology that we will use. Therefore, the society will not be questioning every substance of this policy. And the second about the funding. As we know, ladies and gentlemen, even the developed country said that the technology of new and renewable energy is very, very expensive. In article number 53 of this bill, central government and local government have the responsibility to undertake the funding of new and renewable energy. Then even if it is going to be expensive, the government has prepared for it. 10 trillion rupiah based on 2020 APBN of Indonesia. And this funding will provide the stocks, then the unbalance of supply and demand energy sources in Indonesia prediction that I have delivered before will be answered by the mechanism of this bill. So it's just going to be expensive at the first and then give the affordable price at the end of the day. Furthermore, there is another solution to get the funding by cooperating with other countries in order to get investment. And last is about climate change aspects in this bill. In article number 1.2 stated that this bill proposed is to gain environmental friendly energy. And absolutely yes, it answers the urgency I have delivered before about climate change. Next slide, please. And the honorable judges and beloved audience, every policy that made by Indonesian government should give the positive impact for the society. And the impact of this bill, if it is going to be enacted at first from the social side, this bill is believed will create a better and good lives for Indonesians. As we can see in article number 3 of this bill, the purpose of this bill will guarantee the efficiency of new energy that will formulate transition energy. And yes, it comes from natural thing that the result will be environmental friendly energy as well. From the legal aspect, it will give the legal certainty of new and renewable energy in Indonesia. Because ladies and gentlemen, the concern is the implementation of this regulation of this bill will impact on fossil energy company in Indonesia and other opposite parties related. Then there will be a competition between all of them. But don't worry, in article number 22 of this bill have given the mechanism to make new and renewable energy and non-renewable energy are being proportional. Then the acceptance of this bill will prevent the conflict in the society. And then from the economic aspect, we will get the affordable price for new energy. In article number 2, there is asas ekonomi berkeadilan to guarantee the affordable price for new and renewable energy. And the government will get the income as well from the investment because there will be a cooperation between Indonesia and other countries. And the last is for the environmental aspect. If this bill is going to be enacted, we'll of course formulate the environmental friendly energy situation for Indonesian people. Next slide, please. So ladies and gentlemen, based on the urgency, substance, and the impact that correlation with each other, the conclusion of the material is this bill is urgent to be enacted, but we should fix the issue of some substances first, because there are so many urgencies that we have to be answered as soon as possible. And we will get the sustainable energy because there are good benefits. We will get from social, environment, economic, or even legal aspect from the new and renewable energy bill for Indonesia's energy transition. Next slide, please. And for the closing statement, this is the end of my presentation. The pros and cons of every policy in Indonesia is bound to happen, but the most important thing is how to handle the cons and how to develop the pros of new and renewable energy bill in preparing energy transition. I am Tessa from Universitas Diponegoro. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Tessa, for your presentation. Now we're going to give it back to the judges to give questions. For Mbak Jenny and Pak Panggul.
You want to go first, Jenny?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Pak Panggul. Thank you, Tessa. I have two questions, but firstly, I want to ask that so you are fond with this draft of bill, right? You see that this bill will provide more benefit if it's being enacted. Yeah, okay. So my first question is, despite that you are fond of with this bill and stuff, but can you point out problems within this bill that you think, just one or two that you think is very severe and will have a big impact if it's being implemented? And yeah, that's just one or two problems. And second, so you propose that there will be a more legal certainty with this bill. Why is that? Because if you follow your colleagues' previous elaboration, there's a tendency of not legal certainty because it's just a bill that is redundant with the other energy related regulations. So why do you think this will provide a legal certainty? Yes, two questions.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Jenny, for the question. For the first question, I believe that every policy had the benefit and weakness. So from the weakness of this bill, the new and renewable energy, about the limited scope. Actually, even renewable energy is believed unlimited, but there are some energy sources that is actually limited. For example, the wind. The wind in Indonesia is actually limited. Not all places in Indonesia has the wind energy sources. So that's the first problem of Indonesia, that have the wind limited energy sources. And any weakness of this bill is actually about the technology side. The technology to develop new and renewable energy is very, very expensive. So this is the biggest challenge for Indonesia to get the funding, to get more information about technology to develop this new and renewable energy. But there is a solution to answer that question. From the statement of the Foreign Ministry of Indonesia, they said that they will do the cooperation with other countries in order to get investment and in order to get more funding to develop new and renewable energy. So even it's going to be expensive to develop its technology, it will solve by the cooperation between every ministry in Indonesia, and every ministry of Indonesia will cooperate to get the investment and the knowledge from other countries that have implemented new and renewable energy. And for the second question about more legal certainty in this bill, why this would happen? It's because just like what I said before, the implementation of this bill, if it is going to be enacted, will create a competition between the opposite parties, such as the fossil company, the fossil company. There will be a competition between all of them. So through this bill, this new and renewable energy bill, there will be a professional percentage for opposite party and other parties related. Then there will not be a competition between both of them. And this is the certainty of the legal aspect that I have mentioned about.
Okay, thank you, Pak Panggul. Monggo, Pak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Okay, so Tessa, if I'm not mistaken, on the slides and on what you presented, you mentioned that coal is still categorized as NRE, while the rest of the world doesn't consider it as NRE. Now, if from that sort of definition, how could we expect this bill to be effective at all? We start with a false definition, in my opinion, and then we work upon that. Where is it going, Tessa? Thank you.
Okay, so it's about definition of new energy, right? Yeah. Actually, I didn't say that coal is categorized of new and renewable energy, but
sorry.
This bill, yeah, but based on the article of this bill, the government classified coal-based methane as new energy. So it is coal-based methane as new energy. Yeah, and it is actually the problem that happened in the society as well. Just like what I have mentioned before, the institute, the IESR, have delivered their argumentation that coal-based methane shouldn't be classified as new energy. But if you look at the academic script of new and renewable energy bill, the government said that every country has different technology to create new energy. So even Indonesia classified coal-based methane to new energy, the government said that it's okay because we have different technology with other countries. So yeah, that's actually the problem that I discussed as well, because the government is not elaborate this argumentation on this bill more and didn't state what kind of technology that they will use to create new, and that's and my suggestion is the government should elaborate more and add some facts and add what kind of technology that they will use in order to the society will not be questioning anymore about what kind of this definition about. Thank you so much. That's my answer.
Yeah, thank you, Tessa, for your answer.
Thank you.
That marks the end of question and answer session of Tessa's presentation. Thank you, judges, for your questions, and thank you, Tessa, for your presentation and answers. Now we're going to move on. Now we're going to move on immediately to the next participant, Anissa Permatasari Harahap. To Anissa, are you in the meeting room?
Yes. Oh, am I?
You're barely audible. Can you say one or two sentences? Anissa, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Can you say one or two sentences again, please? Because you're barely audible in.
Hello, am I audible?
Anissa, can you change your device or your internet connection first before presenting? We're going to put you in the last order and move on to the next participants first. While waiting for Anissa, now we're going to move on to the next participant, Janet Gloria Salim.
Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, you are. The time and place is yours, Janet.
Okay. Indonesia is on the correct path to zero emissions. They have a lot of projects and collaborations with them towards less pollution in Indonesia. First, we have Pertamina, a state-owned oil company that has pledged to help by creating their own theory called the 8 Pillars of Energy Transition. Then, we have PLN, retiring their own coal-powered power plants due to the CO2 emissions. We're going international now too, as the government of New Zealand is also participating with the REACT project. In the G20, they have set energy transition as one of their main themes and create schemes called the CRF and the CEF to further accelerate the process, and a new special team called the ETWG. Next. Though all of those efforts already seem more than enough, there is more. Indonesia has also signed the Paris Agreement together with 192 other countries, just to make the world a better place. They have promised to do 3 things together, which is to 1. Cut greenhouse gas emissions significantly, 2. Examine the pledges of nations every 5 years, and 3. Provide funding to poor nations so they can fight climate change. Next. With all of these, it all seems like it's going well. Everyone is trying their best to reach a common goal. Less pollution for Indonesia and also the world. We all think that this is all a good thing, right? Well, everything was well until the NRE bill happened. Next, please. I honestly thought that Indonesia could be better. First of all, when was coal a form of renewable energy? The government supports the use of coal-based products such as coal bed methane, coal liquefaction, and also coal gasification. So the bill didn't exactly specify that it was a form of renewable energy explicitly. It is categorized as new energy, together with some actual renewable energy forms such as solar and hydrogen. How is coal in the same category with them? The IPCC has stated that fossil fuels make up 75% of the world's CO2 emissions. And to add on to that, Indonesia has been ranked as the 8th biggest carbon emitter in the world. And that is because 65.83% of Indonesia's is powered by coal. That huge number is just the amount of coal Indonesia uses, not counting the amount that they export. And Indonesia is one of the biggest exporters for that. Renewable energy has also been proven to be much more efficient than fossil fuels. For example, the coal gasification technique that the government is still okay with produces 1,031 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour, while using solar panels only produces 40 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. That is nearly 4 times less of CO2 than coal gasification that has been produced by the solar panels. The process to make coal gasification, liquefaction, and more are also known to emit a lot of CO2. That's really contradicting, right? Next. If this keeps going on, then it will be the end. There are already some very unfortunate facts about the country that make the passing of the NRE bill even more depressing. Next, please. First, Indonesia is ranked the 20th most polluted country by AQLI. And the air pollution is especially bad because it's taking off 3 to 6 years of the citizens' lives. We also have the famous fact that Jakarta is sinking, and it's apparently the fastest city to sink in the whole world, with 10 centimeters being submerged in water every year. Semarang, a city in central Java, is also sinking, with 8 centimeters per year drowning. Remember the Paris Agreement that was signed? Well, ever since then, CO2 emissions continue to rise anyway, and to reach less than 1.5 degrees Celsius of heating, it's deemed quite impossible unless we cut off more than 15% of our CO2 emissions every year. There is some good in this chaos, though, called carbon tax, where companies get charged a sum of money for their own CO2 emissions. However, companies would favor paying the carbon tax compared to changing their whole system to a new renewable energy based system because it's just simply cheaper. This is alarming as Indonesia is a developing country with a 2.73 million increase in the population every year, and Indonesia is already crowned as the 10th biggest manufacturing country in the world. So, with all of this in mind, the country is still growing with more people, more manufacturers, and that creates more demand. With more demand comes more carbon emissions and so many more issues. Next, coming back to the theme of energy transition, what exactly is it? S&P Global defined it as the change in the global energy industry away from fossil-based methods of energy production and consumption, such as oil, natural gas, and coal, and toward lithium-ion batteries and renewable energy sources like wind and solar. Highlight the away from fossil-based methods of energy, especially coal, and towards renewable energy sources. Is what Indonesia doing even considered an energy transition? Not quite, don't you think? Next, since it seems like it's really bad now, there are some solutions that Indonesia can try. First, we have tighter regulations and subsidies for manufacturers. Second, since I believe that Indonesia is focusing too much on the companies and manufacturers, they're missing out on the fact that citizens are actually causing more CO2 emissions. Due to this, the government should push for more electric vehicles like Norway, where there are tax incentives and special benefits for electric vehicles. And lastly, invest in and build green buildings and comply with the Green Code. Next, first, for regulations and subsidies, the government will make it compulsory for companies to submit a detailed timeline of how they would want to be more eco-friendly. Then, there will be some timely checks from the government regarding their progress. And if a company has issues regarding funding, then the government will help subsidize the process based on their proposal. Indonesia can also be more like Norway. In Norway, electric cars are given so many benefits that make electric cars cheaper to buy compared to their petrol versions. No import or purchase tax, they also have access to bus lanes, and so many more. They're also not going to pay different taxes such as CO2 tax, and an example can be seen in the picture below. Indonesia's electric car market is still very expensive, with most of the cars being unaffordable. So with tax incentives and benefits, I believe that this could push people to get electric vehicles instead. Lastly, we have green buildings. Though it's unexpected, buildings emit a lot of CO2, making buildings 40% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. They also use 13% of the world's water supply. And since Indonesia's construction sector is growing at a really rapid rate, eco-friendly buildings should definitely be encouraged. This can also help the citizens as it takes up much less utility costs. So be wise of the government to require new buildings to be built with the environment in mind, and old buildings that already exist should be applied to follow the Green Code. So with Indonesia's pollution problem and two big cities sinking, and also the inability to fulfill the Paris Agreement, it's unwise for the government to pass the use of coal-based products in the new bill. The government should push for more renewable energy, make stricter regulations for manufacturers to become more eco-friendly, push the use of electric vehicles, and also build more environmentally friendly buildings throughout the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet, for your presentation. And now we're going to pass it back again to the judges. Are there any questions from the honorable judges?
Ask a question to Janet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Janet, very convincing, your presentation, and it seems to encompass all the current issues that prevails regarding NRE. How do I say it? Substituting major power suppliers, power material, like, if I may say, like for Pertamina and PLN, with solar and other alternatives, is costly, but necessary. But we don't see actually from what the bill contains, there is quote unquote actually serious attempts to subdue, still letting coal get into the picture. Now, how are we going to move forward with this kind of situation. On one hand, anything based on coal is still considered okay, and modern life, as you mentioned, buildings are one of the most largest contributor to emission, are being erected more and more instead of friendly residents. So don't you think we are in a contradicting situation? It seems as we are committed, but we don't show that we are committed. What's your comment, Janet?
Okay, thank you, sir, for the question. And yes, I also agree with your statement that it seems like as if we're committed, with all of the projects and all of these collaborations going on regarding our use of coal and how we're still okay with the use of coal. But that is the thing. Since expenses are one of the things that are blocking our way to, get rid of coal and subdue all the big companies to start using more renewable energy, that also kind of shows how the government doesn't really want to move forward with this as it's not one of their priorities. So, of course, since Norway, they have put all of these benefits for electric vehicles and all of that, right? There were a lot of incentives and special benefits. They're also losing a lot of money because of that. However, we are the ones that need the earth. The earth doesn't need us. So without the healthy environment of the earth, and let's say since our government is in our presentation right now and the question and answer doesn't seem very committed, then I think that means that the government is really not concerned about the state of the earth at all. There are already other countries out there are losing a lot of money, and not even countries as well, like just companies as well. They're losing a lot of money just because they want to subsidize the whole process of using renewable energy and not the more accessible stuff like coal, since we export a lot of it. But I think it is definitely something that should be one of the government's biggest priorities, as like what I mentioned earlier, we need the earth doesn't need us. And regarding buildings, during my last slide of the presentation, I mentioned that new buildings should be built with the environment in mind. However, old buildings, they can just follow several regulations that are in mind because, of course, like not every building can be transformed right away to a new eco-friendly building. But there are already some rules and suggestions from the IPCC and also the green building community. There's one in Indonesia actually regarding what you can do to make your building even more eco-friendly, even though it's already been erected. And that is my answer to your question, sir.
Just one last clarification about buildings, because I don't see that living spaces will go back to the days where we live on surface houses. We will be living up on high-rise building, and we won't live like our grandmothers and grandfathers. So, having said that, that means we need energy for elevators, for escalators, these buildings to bring people up. And what do you think? How effective do you think the supply of alternative energy can accommodate this living style, urban living style, which is inevitable? We cannot compromise that we want to live like our grandparents on surface houses. No, we're going to live up, and then we need elevators, we need escalators, but then we need energies to operate all of this. And how effective do you think this will get?
Well, I think it actually can be very effective. In fact, green buildings and eco-friendly buildings, like maybe already existing buildings that are already applying the green code, they already exist in Indonesia. For example, do you know the Menara BCA near Plaza Indonesia? They are actually certified by the green building community to be one of the best green buildings in Indonesia. And there is a big count, around 30,000 green buildings in Indonesia already. So 30, I think it is very...
30,000?
30,000 or more, if I remember correctly. It's somewhere in my paper, but sadly I cannot recall it now. But there is a big count. Even though it's a bit minute right now, it is actually a very big progress towards the future that we can see. Even though we might not be living on land and we're going to be living up, just like what you said, it's still possible to build green buildings or maybe buildings with the eco-friendly kind of regulation, because there are already buildings, even I guess sky-rise buildings like the Menara BCA, right? Based on renewable energy. And there are already lots of ways to get renewable energy these days with solar panels, wind turbines, even from water. We have a lot of lakes here. I live in Tangerang, so I'm very familiar with the Cisadane Lake. We can definitely get energy from there as well. So I think there's just a lot of ways. And in fact, Indonesia actually has a potential of about 400 gigawatts of renewable energy. So it's definitely doable.
Oh, I'm relieved to hear that, Janet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the question.
Okay, to you, Jenny.
Okay, thank you, Papangulu. Actually, there's just 1 minute left, but just a very quick question. I see in your presentation that the solution are more like in terms of energy transition in general, but how about the RUU EBET? What points that, to be exact, that has to be accommodated in the draft of bill to accommodate your suggestion? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your question, Judge. And also, yes, sadly, I didn't get to mention the points of how the bill should be revised because of the time constraints and also the word count in the paper, actually. However, since the theme, actually, the one that I got in the theme transition was focusing more on energy transition. That's why I decided to focus on, pushing the citizens, making newer buildings. However, since the NRE bill is already a bit problematic regarding the use of coal, I believe that they can actually just use the actual renewable energy. Since, like what I mentioned earlier, there are just several mentions of the use of coal. There are also solar, hydrogen, and different kinds of energy methods. So if they were just to say, let's say, just okay, you're okay to use coal, but you can phase out in transitions to use renewable energy, that is definitely more acceptable than just allowing the use of coal permanently. And I think that is what Indonesia is trying to do right now with the Energy Transition Working Team in the G20 and the CRF and the CF, retiring coal power plants and so on. But it is not specifically mentioned in the NRE bill. I was just mentioning what is currently going on in the Energy Transition Team in the G20. So I believe that can be added to the NRE bill as a revision. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Back to Victoria.
Thank you, judges, for the questions, and thank you, Janet, for your presentations and answers. Next, I would like to call upon the last participant, Anissa. Anissa, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Am I audible?
Can you try to state 1 or 2 sentences, please, for me to make sure that you're audible or not?
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
I think yes, you are.
You are. The time and place is yours, Anissa.
Okay. I will begin the presentation in 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is accelerating and has started turning into a runaway freight train, leading to an impending catastrophe for all living things. To fathom the gravity of the climate emergency, it is important for us to comprehend the means of stopping this devastation by leaving fossil fuels in the ground, where they belong. To the honorable judges and my beloved audience, my name is Anissa Permatasari Harahap, and with this presentation, I would like to encourage the public regarding the significance of making strategic regulation as a climate control strategy. Next slide, please. So here, we're wondering, what is the difference between new and renewable energy? So if we take a look at Article 1, Law number 30 of 2007 concerning energy, new energy refers to the energy that is in the stage of technology development. To illustrate, hydrogen possesses sustainable properties due to the fact that water is a renewable source of energy that cannot be depleted. Meanwhile, renewable energy refers to the energy that is derived from non-exhaustible renewable energy sources that can be sustained if properly managed, such as biomass, which can be deduced from trees, and even livestock manure. So the next thing I would like to discuss here, how essential is government's intervention here? So as mandated in Article 33, paragraph 3 of the 1945 Constitution, it is declared that it is important for the community to advance its own welfare. How can the community advance its own welfare? So the government and the regional government can operate together to make necessary improvements towards new renewable energy regulation, along with providing a certain measure of security. Next slide, please. So the next thing that I would like to discuss here, how dominant is fossil fuels in Indonesia? To begin with, Enhancing new and renewable energy as one of the endeavors becomes pivotal for Indonesia to uphold its commitment in the Paris Agreement ratified through Law Number 16 of 2016 and to the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly point 7, ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. In the meantime, the Handbook of Energy and Economic Statistics of Indonesia in 2020 declared that fossil fuels have long been the predominant source of electricity. The evidence is the fossil fuels provides more than 90% of the annual primary energy supply over the past decade. This makes fossil fuels a substantial contributor to climate change. Furthermore, the Institute for Essential Services Reform in 2019 asserted that fossil fuels as one of the stimuli of climate change still prevail in the primary energy mix for power plants by 87.6%, leaving only 12.4% for renewable energy. So based on the analysis that I have mentioned before, this makes challenging for Indonesia to achieve the target of 23% for new and renewable energy as primary resource by 2025. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the next thing that I would like to present is regarding the regulations to fossil fuels usage in the new and renewable energy bill. So in the new and renewable energy bill, the primary policy direction is still centered on low cost and high efficiency fuels. Of the 15 chapters in the bill, only 2 chapters that are generally new and targeted. The first one is on chapter 8 in the determination of selling price, and the second one is on chapter 10 regarding the source of funds allocated for the matters stated in point 3 of Article 53. We might be wondering, ladies and gentlemen, why do these regulations emerge? So despite the numerous positive outcomes, its use is still thought to necessitate a relatively high procurement cost, which significantly outweighs the expense of other fossil fuels like oil and coal. Furthermore, this draft law does not yet contain adequate detail on how to leverage new and renewable energy sources while simultaneously eliminating reliance on fossil fuels. So based on the explanation that I have mentioned before, problem number 2 and problem number 3 is interrelated, so we cannot just focus just on one issue. And to be more precise, there should be a new climate target for 2030 and 2050 that is more assertive, and this target should be reflected in the National Energy Plan as well as the regional energy plans. And these plans, in turn, should implement the detailed action plans that are designed to fulfill the requirements of the target. Next slide, please. To the Honorable Judge, my beloved friends, I would like to discuss what can we do in the future to achieve Indonesia's energy transition target. So this proposed law, if it were to be inaugurated, is not only to ensure maximum new and renewable energy applications, but additionally to decline fossil fuels practice and create sustainable energy that is ecologically responsible. And the focus on this problem is not just a passing fad, but rather a long-term necessity. To demonstrate this concept, we can take a look at Article 4 of the Energy and Mineral Resources Ministry Regulation number 4 of 2020, which make updates to the original law, where a mechanism referred to as a direct appointment can be employed to purchase electricity from several different new and renewable energy plants. As an outcome, the policies are expected to be upheld well in a foreseeable future. The high initial cost of investing in new and renewable energy sources has a tangible effect on the cost of electricity. However, ladies and gentlemen, discovering a solution to this issue will not be overly complicated on the strength of collaboration between the government, since Article 33, Paragraph 3 of the 1945 Constitution encourages the centralization of energy regulation by the state and the private sector to initiate environmental mitigation projects, such as projects for power plants that run on renewable energy sources. The transition to sustainable energy is also a priority issue during Indonesia's presidency of the G20. By partaking in this forum, Indonesia is offered an incentive to seek the collective efforts of the world in implementing policies that demonstrate full support for the transition to a sustainable global energy source. The last one, strategic regulation, can be bolstered by the presence of the Institute for Essential Services Reform. How is this possible? So IESR has published a review titled Deep Decarbonization of Indonesia's Energy System, Pathways to Carbon Neutrality by 2050, which the inputs and recommendations from such public policy advocacy can be incorporated into the academic draft text of Indonesia's new and renewable energy policy law. Next slide, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, every year, new and undeniable climate events are encountered. And for this reason, Indonesia ought to be able to put more exertion into suppressing its use of fossil fuels and promoting the switch to renewable energy sources, both of which are pertinent in achieving point number 7 of the Sustainable Development Goals to tackle climate change. On that account, the government must now take decisive, large-scale action strengthened by a deeper study into the process of formulating the new and renewable energy bill, in which Indonesia can supply energy coherent with both the principle of preserving environmental functions and public welfare, as mandated by Law Number 30 of 2007. Next slide, please. To the honorable judges and my beloved audience, upon decades of deliberations and roundtables, it is time to announce no more debate, no more justifications, no more 10-year studies, and no more further permitting fossil fuels to core science and policies affecting our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Anissa, for your presentation. Now we're going to give it back to the judges for giving questions. Are there any questions from the honorable judges?
Yes, MC Victoria, I have a question for Anissa. Good morning, Anissa.
Good morning, sir.
Okay. On your slide entitled "What to Do in Future to Achieve Indonesia's Energy Transition Target," which one do you think is actually being seriously moving to implementation level? There are 5 pointers that you put here: adequate detail, advancing new and renewable energy, collaboration between G20 presidency. But I sense that not all of these are already in implementation stage. It's much more of a stage act, but still deficit on implementation. Which one do you think is the most serious and urgent among these 5 to be implemented? Thank you, Anissa.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for the question. So, in my opinion, the most urgent and important solution to the new and renewable energy bill is the first solution that I have mentioned in my slide, where I mentioned that this proposed law, if it were to be enacted or inaugurated, is not only to ensure the maximum new and renewable energy applications.
Oh, Anissa's gone.
Kayak kelempar, Pak.
Kelempar ya.
Yes, I think Anissa got disconnected. We're going to wait for her to come. Oh, she's back.
She's back, okay.
Oh, okay. Am I? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you, sir. As I mentioned before, that this proposed law, if it were to be enacted or inaugurated, is not only to ensure maximum new and renewable energy applications, but additionally to decline fossil fuels practice and create sustainable energy that is ecologically responsible. So these 2 problems, ensuring maximum new and renewable energy applications and to decline the use of fossil fuels, is interconnected. So we just cannot.
Oh dear.
I think Anissa got disconnected again. Please. Well, we're going to wait for her to come back, judges.
That's my answer, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so Anissa, just the bottom line. Are we on the second point? You said reducing the use. Do you think Indonesia is moving fast enough, or is the pace adequate with the resources we have, the effective government, the human resource that are we moving fast enough to implement point 2? He said reducing use of fossil fuel, or actually we are slacking. Actually, we are behind schedule. What do you think, Anissa? With the resources we have, yeah, the people, the government, and so on, can we move faster to reduce fossil fuel?
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for the question. But first, before I answer, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the question. So, your question is, how is Indonesia in declining the use of fossil fuels? So, as I mentioned,
Anissa, you can turn off your camera to have a better connection.
okay. It's okay. It's okay. So thank you, sir, for the question. So I've stated in my slide, the fossil fuels have long been the predominant sources of electricity. What is the evidence of why fossil fuels have long been the predominant source of Indonesia's electricity? So as we can see that the fossil fuels is providing more than 90% of the annual primary energy supply over the course of the past decade. So this makes fossil fuels usage a substantial contributor to climate change. So I think Indonesia is quite challenging for Indonesia to achieve the target of 23% for new and renewable energy as primary resource by 2025, if we take a look at the evidence right now. So furthermore, as I have mentioned also before, fossil fuels as one of the stimuli of climate change still prevail in the primary energy mix for power plants by 87.6% and leaving only 12.4% for the renewable energy. So based on the evidences that I have asserted, this makes Indonesia difficult and challenging to decline the use of fossil fuels. But I do believe that Indonesia is capable. Indonesia is capable of declining the use of fossil fuels. However, it might be a challenging issue for Indonesia. That's my opinion, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anissa. To you, Jenny.
Thank you, Pak Pangulo. Okay, so I want to ask two questions, but the second question is, I think, really related to law. So I would like to ask first, are you a law student or not?
Yes, I'm a law student.
Okay, then I will give you the second question. Okay, the first question is, you said that in the solution is advancing the new and renewable as a long-term necessity. Now, before you said, you also mentioned that a fossil fuel is kind of problematic, if I'm not mistaken, and new energy is also include fossil fuel derivative, right? So why should then the two be encouraged? The two I meant the new and the renewable energy to be encouraged simultaneously on the same manner. That's first question. And the second question, you said that there should be put an adequate detail on the new and renewable, and with that you said that what should it be like? Oh, sorry. You said that you said that we have to put an adequate detail on new and renewable. Then my question is, what should then it be like, considering the appropriation of the bill is in the form of an act? Because we know that in hierarchy peraturan perundang-undangan that we have, not all details should be put into undang-undang or an act. Therefore, what details that you think should be put into the undang-undang, the new and renewable energy bill as form of undang-undang? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for the question. So I will first answer the first question. So as I have mentioned before, this draft law does not yet contain adequate detail on how to leverage the new and renewable energy sources while simultaneously eliminating reliance on fossil fuels. And here, in my opinion, we cannot just focus only on one issue. Like we cannot just only focus on eliminating the use of fossil fuels, and we cannot just focus on maximizing the use of new and renewable energy. So, in my opinion, there should be a new climate target for 2030 and 2050 that is more assertive, ma'am. So as I have mentioned also before, this target that I have mentioned before should be reflected in the national energy plan as well as the regional energy plans. And these plans in turn should implement the detailed action plans that are designed to fulfill the requirements of the target. That's to answer your first question. And to answer your second question, why this draft law does not yet contain adequate detail? So, in my opinion, this law should put much detail on how to minimize the use of fossil fuels, because as I have mentioned also before in my slide, in the new and renewable energy bill, if we take a look at the academic draft law, the primary policy direction is still centered on low cost and high efficiency fuels. So, in my opinion, the government should also put more details regarding how can Indonesia minimize the use of fossil fuels. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Back to Victoria.
Thank you. That's the end of question and answer session for Anisa's presentation. Thank you, judges, for your questions, and thank you, Anisas, for your answer and presentation. Before we move on to the end of today's competition, we're going to give the judges time to give general feedbacks to all the participants. To Mbak Jenny and Papangulu, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Papangulu. Would you like to start first?
I think I'll give it to you now.
Oh, okay. Okay, so thank you semuanya. So in this commentary feedback, I will try to use both language in Indonesian English just for convenience and just to make it more for you to understand what I mean. So I have several feedbacks for all of you. And first of all, I would like to appreciate the astonishing research skill that you have given. I think it's quite extraordinary ya. Banyak banget yang udah nge-explore banyak hal terkait dengan mulai dari energi maupun draft of bill-nya gitu ya dengan sangat baik gitu ya. Jadi itu appreciate banget untuk semua teman-teman gitu. Okay, feedback pertama adalah try to focus more on the new and renewable energy bill gitu, karena topik yang dikasih oleh panitia itu kan terkait dengan new and renewable energy bill ya, to be specific gitu. Jadi banyak yang kemudian terjebak dengan sangat mengelaborasi dari climate change-nya atau kemudian dari sisi energy in general-nya gitu ya, atau malah terjebak dengan background gitu. Nah, itu karena apalagi ini limited time ya, jadi try to more focus on the NRE bill itu sendiri gitu. Kemudian with that being said gitu ya, jadi teman-teman tuh seharusnya benar-benar pilih the new and renewable energy bill and its impacts gitu. Jadi teman-teman boleh pilih satu impact misalnya, terus teman-teman elaborasi lebih lanjut, tapi sebenarnya fokusnya itu harusnya ke sana gitu, karena itu adalah topik yang dikasih oleh panitia gitu. Jadi jangan sampai terjebak untuk kemudian membahas jadi lebih broad gitu ya. Itu first, dan itu yang paling penting, dan sebenarnya penting bang. Dan ini aku mau nanya, ini aku udah nggak nyentuh score sheet-nya lagi ya, jadi silakan aja kalau ada yang mau jawab. Kapan kan masih rancangan undang-undang ya. Nah, rancangan undang-undang paling update itu kapan? Ada yang tahu nggak draft paling terakhir itu bulan apa, tahun apa? Tadi ada satu yang mention di presentasi Januari 2022 ya kalau nggak salah. Tapi apakah itu yang paling terakhir? Ada yang tahu nggak paling terakhir kapan? Draft of bill-nya, versi paling terakhir. Ini nggak akan mempengaruhi penilaian ya, jadi silakan aja dijawab. Aku udah nggak nyentuh score sheet.
To the participants, if you guys can answer, you can unmute your mic.
Ada yang tahu nggak? Nah, itu teman-teman. Oh ya, sorry, tadi ada yang jawab. Januari 2021. Oke. Nah, teman-teman kalau teman-teman tahu terakhir itu bahkan April 2022 itu ada draft paling terakhirnya gitu. Nah, kenapa aku nanya itu karena itu menurutku esensial banget karena topik daripada presentasi ini adalah draft adalah RUU EBET-nya gitu. Jadi teman-teman tuh seharusnya look up to the RUU EBET dan kemudian benar-benar analyzing apa masalah di dalam situ dan teman-teman tuangin itu dalam paper gitu. Jadi itu paling esensial gitu yang harus benar-benar menurut saya dilakukan karena itu topik utama yang dikasih oleh panitia gitu. Kecuali topiknya energy transition general gitu ya. Itu jadi itu ya yang paling penting benar-benar fokus ke RUU EBET-nya sebagai topik the heart of the topic that given by the committee gitu. Kedua adalah ini terkait dengan writing ya karena kita juga nilai writing gitu paling penting itu koherensi gitu. Jadi kalau aku pribadi aku nggak nilai ideas teman-teman gitu ya, menurutku teman-teman bebas bereksplor ideas dan oke gitu, tapi koherensi itu yang paling penting gitu. Jadi bagaimana ketika juri ngelihat dari background sampai conclusion itu satu padu gitu, jangan sampai ada kanan kiri atau ada far stretch gitu. Itu kedua. Ketiga, keep introduction short dan concise gitu, karena banyak banget di writing itu yang kemudian terjebak di background itu terlalu panjang gitu. Jadi coba untuk karena limitation of words ya, jadi keep the introduction short and also concise gitu. Jadi fokus sama elaborasi body yang teman-teman ingin sampaikan gitu. Kemudian try to be more specific gitu ya with data backups. Jadi penting banget buat apa idenya, terus kemudian ada supporting datanya gitu yang kemudian ngedukung elaborasi teman-teman. Jadi kita nggak nilai idenya. Oh sorry, maksud saya nanti Pak Pangulu bisa ngasih feedbacknya sendiri. Tapi kalau saya pribadi sih nggak ngelihat ide teman-teman tuh, oh ini outrageous, oh ini nggak bagus, itu enggak gitu. Tapi saya lihat seberapa kuat teman-teman itu ngedukung ide teman-teman dengan data yang ada gitu. Nah itu jadi penting gitu ya. Terus kemudian solution central essays are more appreciated gitu. Jadi kayak gimana teman-teman ngelihat solusi yang harus gak harus benar-benar sentral banget, tapi benar-benar elaborasi ke solusi itu lebih appreciated gitu. Nah itu pentingnya teman-teman untuk jadi balik lagi ke yang paling penting yang pertama itu benar-benar paham kalau benar-benar pahami si RUU EBET-nya gitu. Termasuk tadi aku sering dengar teman-teman ngomongnya EBT karena sekarang itu istilahnya itu udah EBET gitu, jadi RUU EBET gitu, RUU energi baru dan energi terbarukan, tapi EBET gitu, jadi panggilannya tuh sekarang RUU EBET gitu, jadi bukan EBT lagi gitu. Jadi itu it's very crucial buat teman-teman itu tahu the up to date daripada draftnya, karena itu yang jadi center of the topics in here gitu. Dari aku mungkin itu dulu. Dari Pangulu ada tambahan? Persilakan.
Ya, terima kasih Jenny. Ya, saya ingin menambahkan bahwa mau tak mau saya terbawa juga oleh observasi dari Jenny tentang fokus pada topik yang diberikan panitia. Namun pendapat pribadi saya adalah bahwa bagi mereka yang background-nya bukan law, barangkali challenging juga untuk membedah RUU ya. A layman, saya nggak mau maksud bukan layman, a common person, nggak pakai man, nggak pakai woman. Orang awam itu lebih peka terhadap impact-nya ketimbang kontennya. Mereka memang nggak paham kan, itu lawyers punya expertise ya. Jadi saya ingin merileks sedikit tentang kalau nanti ikut kompetisi semacam ini, kalau terbentur dengan hal pengetahuan teknis. Saya kira nggak ada salahnya juga, bukan nggak ada salahnya, tetapi bisa equally hasil presentasinya dan paper itu bisa equally high quality juga, bisa juga relevan juga, seperti yang beberapa teman-teman coba lakukan, yaitu mencoba melihat background dari apakah RUU ini satu berkeadilan atau tidak misalnya. Terus kedua, ada nggak driving force di luar the establishment, yaitu government dan institusi resmi yang bisa mendorong keadilan itu. Mumpung kita ada di dalam atmosfer hukum, keadilan saya yakini ada di atas. Bisa nggak masyarakat madani, civil society ini do something dengan pemahaman yang apa adanya sekalipun terhadap konsep-konsep hukum, tetapi presentasi itu bisa menggugah orang untuk melihat, oh ini seperti sering dalam pertanyaan saya, ini where is this going, this draft? Is it to the better of justice or not gitu? Sering saya tanya. Jadi saya cukup bersemangat lihat papernya juga dalam kaitan konten dengan presentasinya, bahwa kepekaan terhadap, atau kalau saya mau agak lebih tajam, kritik terhadap komitmen RU ini tampak oleh semua peserta. Terlihat di situ bahwa kalian itu peka terhadap anomali dari RU ini, seperti yang Jenny katakan, kalau itu bisa dibedah, kalau memang kita nggak punya toolsnya karena background kita bukan law, at least as a common civil society member, kita melihat something's not right gitu. Oke, begitu. Jadi you have done great, dan I'm happy to acknowledge that you are sensitive to the issue. Begitu, terima kasih. Saya kembalikan ke MC Victoria. Kecuali Cedi mau nambahkan.
Oh enggak sih, cuman benar banget. Semuanya menurut saya ini bukan, don't get me wrong, kayak teman-teman banyak yang kemudian ini ya, tapi maksudnya benar, teman-teman menurutku juga udah point out the very important, dan teman-teman harus kayak very technical gitu ya, karena bahkan sebenarnya kalau misalnya anak-anak engineering mungkin bakal bisa lebih teknis lagi gitu ya bahas ini gitu ya, dan mungkin kita juga kurang paham, tapi yang penting adalah koherensi sih, itu yang mau aku balikin gitu, dan kayak terus link back ke topik yang dikasih panitia. Jadi it's very okay kayak buat teman-teman ngasih endingnya tuh bagaimana, nggak harus kayak jadi pasalnya harus kayak gimana gitu, nggak harus gitu, dan teman-teman udah melakukan itu gitu ya. Yang paling penting adalah jangan sampai lari gitu, itu aja sih. Thank you.
Thank you, judges, for the feedbacks. We hope all the participants can use these feedbacks and apply them in your future competitions or researches. Now, we're at the end of today's competition. I would like to thank the judges and all the participants. I believe that everyone has done a great job presenting their paper, and I hope that this competition will be a sweet memory to all the contestants, whether you will win or lose. Once again, I would like to first of all thank our sponsors and partners, Toko Vendor, Royal English, Info.Event, Info.Lomba, EventCenter.id, Online.Lomba, Point Campus, Event Campus, Jagat Lomba Indonesia, Media Lomba Plus, Infolomba.ist, and Infolomba.sch for helping us in conducting this event. I would like to remind all the participants to attend the closing ceremony on Tuesday, August 30, 2022. Because the certificate of participation will only be sent to the participant whose names are on the attendance list of the closing ceremony. The winners will also be announced in that event. That marks the end of the paper presentation competition of the 26th ALSA National English Competition. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to apologize if we made any mistake throughout the competition period. See you at the closing ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Shanti 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 Om. Namo Buddhaya. The 26th ALSA National English Competition. Enforce perseverance, seek for brilliance. ALSA, always be one.